zao, ndio kwa sababu hata wale watalipa na bei ya sasa watalipa pesa nzuri ya kuongezea uchumi wa Kenya, ndio uweze kupata watu wapya na kila kaunti yenyewe isherekee na ifurahie, kwa sababu baadaye ndio watapanda miti. Kwa sababu tunajua kupanda miti ni kutoka kaunti mpaka kule majimbo mandogo. Hiyo ndio swali yangu bwana Madam Waziri. Ya pili,
no, you can only, Honorable Senator, you can only ask one question. Honorable CS, proceed to respond to that question.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Senator. With the lift of the ban on logging, where we are starting from is to clear a backlog of sawmillers of different formations. When the ban was imposed in 2018, some sawmillers had actually been allocated parcels, plantations. They had paid, but they were caught up in the moratorium, and then they left their products in the forests. Some of them have rotten away, and it's the colossal losses that I was talking about that have been occasioned to sawmillers. Some of the sawmillers at the point of imposition of the ban in 2018 had paid, but had not cut them, so the trees are still standing, and at different stages of maturity. Some of them had not paid, but had been allocated. Some, they were at different levels. So that backlog is what we are dealing with, first of all, so that we clear with the sawmillers that had been engaged through the Kenya forest at that time, but were caught up by the moratorium, before we embark on a new phase of 5,000 hectares of harvestation that will be done. Senator, you're raising a question of some new faces who are not part of the initial engagement with the Kenya Forest Service, if I got you right. Unasema kwamba kuna watu ambao hawakuwa na plantations kule Embu, Irangi Forest, na wamepewa permits ya kukata miti. I think being that it's very specific, the intention is to only allow for the sawmillers who had engaged with the Kenya Forest Service in 2018. So please, I have the Chief Conservator of Forests, Acting Chief Conservator of Forests here with me. Let's engage with the specifics, because if there is such an activity going on, then it's an irregular, because the sawmillers who need to be dealt with through the backlog process are known and should not be new faces, but only those who had engaged initially. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable CS. And thank you for honoring our invitation to come to respond to the question raised by senators. We have come to the end of the question time as far as the Honorable CS is concerned. And therefore, Honorable CS, you are free to go back to your ministry and do what you have to do. Thank you. Honorable Senators, we do have CS for Water, who is present for purposes of responding to question number 31 and 42. Both questions by Senator James Morango. Clerk, kindly usher in the Honorable CS so that we can take it from there. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the Honorable CS for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, the Honorable Alice. Honorable Alice is not new to Parliament. She has taken time to hone her political skills in the walls of this Parliament, and therefore she's back home. Honorable CS, welcome back home. I will allow the Honorable Senator, Senator Murango, to ask question number 31.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the CS of Water for the good work she is doing. Then I'll go directly to question number 31. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the status of construction of canals and drains in Mutidwand under the Moyale Irrigation Development Project, and also state why the construction has been delayed? And B of that question, what measures is the government taking to ensure the completion of the project to enable farmers to resume normal farming activities, and could the Cabinet Secretary provide a timeline for this?
Honorable CS.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to attend to the question by Senator for Kirinyaga, Senator Murango, James Murango. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the Honorable House for continuous support in our work. This is my first time to appear before the plenary for Senate. I have appeared before the sister chamber before twice, and I'm glad to be here. Honorable Speaker, the question is that I provide an update on the status of construction of canals and drains in Mutithi Ward under Moyale Irrigation Development Project, and also state why the construction has delayed. Honorable Speaker, let me say that the contract for the construction works of the water conveyance canals, hydraulic structures, and drainage structures was signed between NIA, that is National Irrigation Authority, and Sogea Satom, a French company, on 26th of August 2016. The contract commenced on 9th of June 2017 and was expected to be completed on 9th of August 2020. During the financial year 2019-2020, the project was faced with inadequate budgetary allocation, which led to delay in making timely payments to the contractor. The contractor on 6th of February 2020 terminated the contract, citing delays in payment. At the time of termination, the project progress was at 43%. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry, through the National Irrigation Authority, with the concurrence of Japan International Cooperation Agency, that is JICA, who were the funding agency, procured 2 local contractors after the termination of the first contract to complete the balance of the works so that farmers could benefit from the project. The project has since progressed to an overall completion status of 70%. The delay in the completion of the project, therefore, would be attributed to further issues of land succession, that's the pending land succession or claims, disputes, cases arising therein, and yet to be determined either between the family members, through the court, or among themselves. That has been a challenge, not just in this particular project, but in many of our projects. Honorable Speaker, the total canals, the total length of the main canal is 2.4 kilometers. We have done 1.5 kilometers complete, but also there are other works, that is the branch canals, smaller canals or emerging branches to deliver the water to the farmers, totaling to 23 kilometers, which has been done. Thereafter, we will need to do structures, that is the structures between the canals to release the waters. Finally, the measures the government has taken to ensure completion of the project to enable farmers resume normal farming activities, and could I provide a timeline for this? Honorable Speaker, the project is structured in a way that normal farming activities are not interrupted. The government has allocated 2 billion shillings, that is a GOK component of 545 million Kenya shillings, and then a donor component that is from JICA, 1.4 billion in the financial year 2023-2024 for this particular scheme, the Moyale irrigation scheme, and with that, we will see the project to the end. The contractors have been instructed to increase the rate of progress of their work, or the rate of implementation, and adhere to strict timelines where the manager and the PS irrigation are monitoring at very close maybe approach in terms of even supervision. We have also held several meetings, including the last one on 11th of July, to ensure that we also respond to questions that are coming from the farmers. And the Honorable Senator, the owner of this question, was privileged to be part of the team that attended the last meeting, my permanent secretary, and the CEO, acting CEO, National Irrigation Authority, held at Moyale at the ground on 11th of July, and it was, and we appreciate the support from the Honorable Senator. Thank you.
Senator Morango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me again thank the CS for the good work she's doing. I would like a little bit of clarification, because when the president was there, the president promised 400 million, of which there was supposed to be 115 million, which was supposed to be given by the county government for the dam lining on the same scheme. The budget on the county government of the 115 million is already there. So I would like to ask the CS whether the 2 billion which has been given for this particular project, the 400 million which was promised by the president, is part of the 2 billion which has been budgeted for this financial year. Thank you.
Honorable CS.
Honorable Speaker, to the Honorable Senator, although we are aware of the presidential pronouncement regarding additional funding, we have not yet received that money, and it is not part of our budget, because I think at the time that the pronouncement was made, we were not able to factor it in our budget, but we are hopeful that during the supplementary, since it gets, when it is a pronouncement by the president, then it receives attention and priority in the ministry, and maybe what I can undertake is to follow it up. But also I want to confirm that due to austerity measure in the process, I have lost as a budget under irrigation of more than 3 billion shillings. So we are working with a very constrained budget, but we will definitely work on it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the CS. And just to let you know, Chair, the Speaker, is that when we were together in National Assembly, I was the Chair Chailak, and she was my very able deputy. Now things have changed, the Chair, the Speaker. She's the CS, I'm the Senator. It's something good. Madam CS, Baringo County is 65% arid and semi-arid. And as leaders of Baringo, we've identified Lake Baringo, which is a freshwater lake, that we can be able to tap that water, take it upstream, and be able to irrigate a lot of area within Baringo North, Baringo South, and Yatei. And I wanted to know, because, Madam CS, it is important for, as your ministry, to look at some of the very quick wins for some of the areas like our Baringo area, which is really dry. Do you have any plan, or rather, what are the plans you have to make use of that water of Lake Baringo for irrigation purposes and even consumption by the public in Baringo County?
Honorable CS.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it is true that Honorable Senator for Baringo, Honorable Cheptumo, was my chair, very able chair also, and we did do a lot of good work in the JRAC committee in the National Assembly, and I appreciate the direction of this question in terms of Lake Baringo and the waters in that body. We have studies and concept ready, and we are discussing with the different entities to farm at least a total of 56,000 acres of food crops. Maize being one of those that in that region would do very well, and of course other grains. So we do have that in under our consideration, but I cannot tell you right away that we have a concluded deal. But we would hope that this will be one of our very, very quick wins, because the land is available and we can be able to use some of the water, not all the water. Of course, you know, we are under the international laws regarding management and use of water, but some water may be available for use, and we have earmarked about 56,000. The water we can use in total would cover irrigation for 56,000 acres.
Senator Kathure.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want really to appreciate the two CSEs who have shown up this morning to answer questions from the senators. And I've observed that they were former members of parliament, so they understand exactly why senators ask questions. So, CS Water, thank you for your performance so far in the ministry. And also your performance in the National Assembly when we served there for 2 terms was exemplary. You know, when I'm here, I'm representing Meru County, and I want to be selfish to exactly ask issues concerning Meru. So, Madam CS, sometimes we might not have direct answers to what we ask, but it's good at least you capture what we are requesting, especially the several dams that are lined up in Meru. Some of the areas can get dams, others need even tapping the underground water or groundwater, which is so much from Bole constituency, Tigania West, Tigania East, Tigania, Gembe Central, and Gembe North. So besides the dams, Madam CS, what is the ministry doing to profile all that region, especially the arid and semi-arid zones of Meru, maybe to do water pans and boreholes, at least because those are fast to do, not the dams which need billions in this financial year. So if you don't have the question, maybe that can be canvassed, maybe somewhere else. But I want you to note that we are really following up that those projects, especially in my county. Thank you.
Honorable CS.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would first say that so far I have been able to have meetings with the entire Embu County leadership and the Tharaka Nithi leadership, but I have not had the benefit or opportunity to have a meeting with the leadership of Meru County. But I want to invite the senator actually and ask him to possibly lead the team so that we can look at the larger, maybe broad approach of how to provide for water, including what dams should take priority, especially now that we are also having this discussion and PPP is gaining ground in terms of the interest we have created. the money that was going to ponds and boreholes, Honorable Speaker, and I want to say to this House, is some of the monies that I lost during the austerity measures. We lost, first and foremost, we lost a budget of 5 billion. When we were doing this particular budget of this particular year, 2023-2024, again, I lost 1.4 billion, I think 1.5 billion. And I hope that is the last that I'll lose. And I hope to gain that during discussions with the Parliament at the supplementary stages. But may I say that we will consider work in Meru, and I know that we have ongoing projects, but specifically I don't want to say which one, but I know like between Tharaka and Meru, we are proposing Doshi Dam that will benefit parts of Meru and parts of Tharaka. And that is a conversation that it's at a very high stage, because it's one of the dams that we have released under the 33 dams that we have already called for expression of interest. Thank you.
Senator Gataya Mufaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May I sincerely thank the CS Water, Madam Arid, for having performed exemplary very well. Madam CS, you are aware, recently we were with you in Tharaka Nithi, where we commissioned Chogoria water treatment plant with a very big capacity. And Chuka is also underway, which is not complete yet, and I hope your ministry is working on it. Madam CS, besides all these things, there is a challenge in connecting 30,000 connections in the next 5 years as we intend to go. So I'm seeking to know from your office or from your ministry whether is it possible to rehabilitate infrastructure at Chuka, Chogoria, Mutonga, and Kibunga. Those are water points that have been neglected for decades. At the same time, Honorable CS, in the same breath, it's important for your ministry to consider also rehabilitating Mutonga raw water main and expand Kibunga treatment plant main to Rancha tank. These are already laid down structures that have been neglected for very many years. Because Honorable CS, once we have this water from Chogoria and Chuka, this water can be consumed all the way downstream to some parts of Arid and some other areas in Tharaka, especially Kibunga, Marimanti, Kadwana, and so many other places. Is it also possible, in the same breath, Honorable CS, to lay pipeline extension in Chogoria, Chuka, Kadwana, Kibunga, Mutonga, and the Gituma areas? Thank you, Honorable CS. And under this kind of arrangement, Honorable CS, if we make these things vibrant, we shall have addressed almost 75% of water shortage in those areas.
Honorable Senator Kinyua, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, in our standing orders, every person is supposed to address you. I don't know why he's addressing the Cabinet Secretary. He's supposed to address you.
I did not capture that, but I think she was directing his question to the CS. In the event that he addressed the chair as the Honorable CS, then he's out of order. But nevertheless, allow him to get away with that. Honorable CS, proceed to respond to the question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To answer the Honorable Senator for Tharaka, it is true we were with him like three weeks ago with His Excellency the President in Tharaka, and we were.
Honorable Senator, kindly take your seat. And allow the Honorable CS to respond to your question.
I'm corrected, Tharaka Nithi Senator. We were with you 3 weeks ago at an event that was presided over by His Excellency the President, and the occasion was to commission the Chogoria water and sewerage treatment works, which is supposed to cover up to about 300,000 people in that area. So far, we have covered close to 140,000 people. And the intention, of course, to go up to 300,000. We did agree with the governor, Tharaka County, that for purposes of reticulation, which, Honorable Speaker, this House is aware that reticulation, distribution of water, that is a service delivery element, is by the county government through the water service providers, but the governor undertook, as part of this project, to provide Kenya shillings 50 million, and His Excellency the President also said he will support the ministry with a further 50 million to cover ground for the last mile, and that would possibly cover the areas that the Honorable Senator has indicated in Chuka, Kathwana, Muchunga, and the rest. And since this is a supplementary question, I think it is good that we follow up with you. Then I can tell you further work, Honorable Speaker, that is set for that region. We also have ongoing Chuka water supply is ongoing. It is not complete, and I know that we had a discussion during that particular occasion where we said that we should look at urgent possibilities of having, is it Tunga Dam? There is a dam that we are proposing to augment the supply of water for Chuka itself, and therefore we did pick that as a priority project, and we will work with that in our plans. And therefore the rehabilitation that you're talking about for Chogoria and Chuka is already ongoing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Cheriot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for finding it fit to appear before Parliament to respond to questions by members. Mr. Speaker, my question is with regards to county water service bodies. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that this is a discussion that we've had as Senate, that in each of our 47 counties, the leading audit queries in the audit cycle, each financial years, are misappropriation of funds in the various water service bodies. You know, what used to be owned by the municipalities and have since been transferred to counties. County water service bodies, Mr. Speaker, play a crucial role in as far as fulfilling the last mile water connectivity that we promised in the Kenya KWANZA manifesto, which the Minister is fully aware of. And they play a critical role alongside the huge water projects that her ministry will do, either be they dams or any of those large interventions. The eventual and distributors of these resources, those that ensure that there is proper metering and prudent management of those resources, the monies and the waters as well, are the county water service boards. And we are increasingly seeing a scenario where they are being mismanaged. You have situations where former governors are still active directors, even in some of those companies up to now. It is upon the national government, Schedule 4 of our Constitution, to develop policy that will ensure uniformity of practice across all the 47 counties in areas that are of national interest. Water is one such sector. So I'd wish to know from the Minister what plans she has in terms of reining in first on the mess that is in almost every water service agency presently. I think you can hardly find any that is not muddled right now with issues of corruption and misappropriation of funds, fights between the directors and the management and that kind of a thing. So it is something that warrants the attention of the Minister. and perhaps by way of a proposal either of regulations or legislation that come from our ministry to this House for them to be properly managed. What strategies are she put in place, and what is their plan as a ministry? Because the reason I ask that, Mr. Speaker, is if the minister doesn't streamline this sector and bring order, then all these major projects that are contained in the plan and that she's working hard to deliver and fulfill will go to waste, because there will not be an eventual connecting point between those major projects and the citizens. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the question from the Majority Leader of the Senate, Honorable Aaron Cheriot. Honorable Speaker, the water service providers are or should be entirely within the governance structures in a way, or under the supervision and direct direction of the county governments. It is true we are supposed to be the ones helping with quality, assurance, the standards, so that the issues of governance that the Honorable Senator has referred to can be dealt with. The relationship between the national government, Honorable Senators, you are aware, and the county governments, and especially in the function of water, service delivery, water, the whole issue around water, is, I would say, it's love and don't love, or love and hate. I don't want to use the word hate because it may not be very friendly, but there is a relationship that is not always, it's complicated, not always very complementary to each other's efforts. And while the national government has the mandate to develop and manage huge bulk water resources as our mandate, there is still a case where the county governments are raising an issue and saying this is encroaching onto their mandate. I'm saying this as a background to be able to answer the question, the critical question that the Honorable Majority Leader has raised. And then, but really leading from the Constitution, under Article 43, it is the mandate of the national government to ensure access to clean, safe drinking water by the national government, including sanitation, and my ministry has those two under the State Department of Water and Sanitation. Of course, there are those others, health, and the rest of the Bill of Rights. Therefore, when we do the development of the bulk water resources, it is expected that simultaneously the county government would be planning for reticulation or distribution, the last mile case for that particular development. Honorable Speaker, that doesn't always happen. It is many times, and I think also the county governments, without really closing my eyes to the fact that they also don't have sufficient budget, the county governments then find themselves that a project is ready and they don't have money for distribution. So it is a case where we need to plan simultaneously, plan together, improve the intergovernmental relationship there, the working and linkages, so that we can be able to deliver to the people the service. The bottom line is that people want water in their homes, and they really don't care whether it is national government or the county government. And we promised, including last mile, as a government, to ensure that we support the county government. So to answer you, we have through WASLEB. WASLEB is doing quite a good job in terms of insisting and giving program timelines for the water service providers to convert into public utilities, public bodies, so that the county governments can be able to appoint directors. But that is where another problem may arise. These are not positions for cronyism. We have serious problems with our service providers, water service providers, cases of governance issues, cases of mismanagement, cases of inefficiency in delivery of the service, and we are therefore finding that we have non-revenue water, that is water unaccounted for, to the point 1 or 2 have gone beyond 50%. You produce, you develop water 100%, say you have 1 drum, 50% of that drum is, Honorable Speaker, not accounted for. It's either stolen, it is sold by cartels, or there is leakage, or the meters are not working. We have some programs right now, finally to answer to this question, that are addressing those issues. Working with the partners, we have developed some programs to build capacity for the water service providers. But the direct mandate to manage, to ensure governance at that level is the county governors. And I believe we have made our case very strong. We believe some have started taking up the responsibility, and they are converting. The water service providers have started converting into public entities, because most of them, the assets that they have belong to either national government or public assets, one way or the other. So I don't think we can run away from that problem. And I believe we are a long way to go, but Honorable Speaker, we should be able to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you, CS. Let's have the last 2 supplementary questions, one from Delhi to John Kenya, Senator Laikipia.
Asante Bwana Spika. Yangu ni kuuliza tu waziri, kwa sababu Bwana Spika, nchi yetu tuna baraka. Wakati mwingi tunapata mvua, mpaka mvua ya mafuriko Bwana Spika. Unapata maji yote ya mvua yanatiririka, yote yanaenda katika bahari zetu Bwana Spika. Alafu hata wakati huo kuna ile mvua Bwana Spika, unasikia sehemu nyingi Wakenya wakisema serikali saidia, kwa sababu mifugo imebebwa, kuku, kila kitu imebebwa na maji Bwana Spika. Lakini baada ya mwezi mmoja Bwana Spika, tena unapata kiangazi, watu hawana maji, ilhali maji yote Bwana Spika ilitiririka ama iliteremka yote ikaenda katika maziwa ama katika bahari zetu Bwana Spika. Sijui ni mipango gani waziri alionayo Bwana Spika ya kuweza kuhifadhi haya maji yasiwe yote yanateremka yanaenda katika bahari zetu Bwana Spika. Na wakati huo Bwana Spika, ni mpango upi wizara walionayo Bwana Spika, ukienda katika mabawa yetu yote imejaa mchanga Bwana Spika, ni hatua zipi ambazo ama ni mikakati ipi Bwana Spika walionayo kwanza kuhifadhi maji, alafu kuondoa zile mabawa yetu, kuondoa mchanga Bwana Spika?
Madam CS.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Senator for Laikipia's concern is what we are doing about water harvesting, particularly giving attention to the flooding and the loss of rainwater when we get heavy rains, considering that we are a water scarce country. Honorable Speaker, we have a huge program of building 100 mega dams, bulk water storage. That program is targeted at various rivers within our country and varies. Majority of the havoc that is experienced in this country is along some of our huge rivers. And therefore, the water that we expect to hold through the 100 dams that we plan to build, and we have made expressions of interest, we have done the invitation of 33 mega dams under the PPP. Honorable Speaker, that process is underway. We expect within the next 6 months, it will conclude with good results of people who have expressed interest, having brought acceptable project development proposals. And there is good interest, I can confirm, to the House and to the country. We also are building some other rivers. We have canals and we have dikes that we replace to deal with that. Overall, Kenya did not plan for water management. And therefore, the infrastructure that we need is huge to deal with the challenge that the Honorable senator is raising. I need huge funding to be able to possibly start undertaking to this house that we will deal with the floods once and for all. But we have in place a water harvesting and storage strategy that we have already developed. So the strategy then is followed by funding, and we are working on that. I think maybe that is what, and in Laikipia, one of the dams that we intend to build is the one in Nanyuki. I have been told, and of course Malewa and Pesi and Malewa. I know Malewa is down to a different county, but Pesi and Kahorora are within Laikipia and Nanyuki area. Thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question and question number 031, Senator Wajir Abbas Sheikh Mohammed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the CS for the good response actually she's giving. Honorable CS, I think the county I come from, Wajir, has 56,000 square kilometers, and it is a landmass, and it is a landlocked area. There is no river that flows, there are no temporary streams that flow, but the land is endowed with underground water. However, because of the droughts that has become so frequent, water is now becoming very scarce. I know many of my colleagues and MPs are rushing every day to your office, but however, I think we have upside-down priorities. For one, what Wajir now needs is actually a very serious water investment. In the countries like Egypt and all those places where it never rains, they never realize any water scarcity. They depend on a river Nile, and we have similar rivers that flows within the neighborhood of Wajir. We can have some water from Tana River, we can have water from Sosiro, we can have water from Dawa, all these places. Therefore, but I think I don't know what your ministry has as a master plan. I'm aware that in 2013, 2017, up to 2022, there was a major dam that was supposed to be constructed in a place called Butte. Butte is actually one of the high potential areas at the slopes of, the end, towards the end of, or the start of the Ethiopian highlands. But that business, that dam has not been constructed up to now. We are wondering what's happening. It will have been one of our best, investments that will be able to do at least irrigation and water for people use and livestock. One other thing I'm asking is actually, Madam Speaker, how sustainable is PPP business in water? Because the investors, any investor also wants to have a quick return for any investment. So how will PPP work for water? That's actually the question I want to know from you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, Madam CS.
Madam CS.
Thank you. The Honorable Senator for Wajir. Thank you for the question, Honorable Speaker. Maybe the answer to that particular question is that it is true there are no rivers in Garissa, in Wajir, but we have underground water. We have quite a good amount of water in the aquifers. At the moment, we have a program that we are doing our investigative survey, data collection, and assessment of the amount of water within maybe the combined or the shared aquifer between Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya. We have an aquifer covering that region, and we have funding, and the project has already commenced. We have a 20 billion funding to cover Wajir, Garissa, Turkana, Madeira, and Marsabit, where the main effort is to do our analysis and find out how much water we have in the aquifers and how much can be available to be used by the three countries. Because being an aquifer, it is a shared water resource, and therefore one country may not proceed to exploit that alone without cooperation with the other countries. And then you ask the question on Dana River clusters, the dams. Our study on this particular river is complete. Again, we do the work and look for budget. Honorable Speaker, we can be able to farm about 20,000 acres. The study is ready, and we will be moving forward with seeking for resources for this particular project, and it will turn that area into a different place. Of course, we have additional work that is planned for boreholes and water pans as the other alternative. The boreholes become a big challenge in that area. Sometimes to reach the borehole, and when you reach the borehole, then maybe the salt levels, is a challenge. But also that there are cases where we get a borehole done for community, and some cartels take over the water resource or the water borehole, and they run as individuals. So I think, Honorable Speaker, that requires also the community effort and leadership support, because when we have a borehole that is taken over by one or two people and they are guarding it with arms, insecurity issues arise. I'm not saying that is happening in his particular area, but generally that is a challenge for Marsabit, Mandela, Garissa, and Wajir.
Okay, very well. Let's now go to the next question. What is it, Senator Abbas? And actually, you have been given a very comprehensive answer, like she had all the information.
One question. The question for the Butte Dam, which has taken almost now 15 years to start. What is the position?
I believe Butte Dam is in the first is in the first lot of the expression of interest that we have taken up among the 33 dams that we have called for expression of interest under PPP. I want to say that we don't really have funding for big dams because of the physical space that we have. Including smaller dams, we are working with a very constrained budget, and that's why as a country we have appreciated and we think the space and opportunity for public-private investment is here and now. So we believe we'll be able to do them through PPPs.
Thank you. Let's go to question number 042. Senator for Kirinyaga County. Or you are satisfied with your problems? I can see. As the question number 42, 042.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am satisfied with the first question that I asked. And in fact, what the CS said is true that we were with the PS for irrigation, Kemodo and also AZIMIO and Ambund, and they did a wonderful job. We were there for a whole day. My second question is for the CS, maybe to explain why the Kakuyuine irrigation water project that was meant to earn more than 500 acres under activation to my irrigation scheme in Wamumu and Kirinyaga County, why it has taken too long to implement. And on the same, could the Cabinet Secretary appraise the Senate on the status of its implementation and indicate whether any funds have been allocated to the project in the financial year 2023-2024? And lastly, on the same question, is the CS to provide a tentative commencement and completion timelines for the project so that the over 100 intended beneficiaries can benefit, and the President's stated intention to increase land under irrigation and improve on security through increased rice production to make sure the increased rice production is achieved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Madam CS.
Honorable Speaker, the question on Gakuyuni irrigation water project that was meant to add more than 500 acres under cultivation to Moyale irrigation scheme in Wamomo ward, Kirinyaga County, why it has taken long to implement. Honorable Speaker, the ministry through NIA, that is the National Irrigation Authority, is mandated to increase area under irrigation agriculture. A request was made by farmers at Gakuyuni Water Project on 20th of August 2020 to have their farmlands provided with water for irrigation infrastructure for that purpose and benefit the farmers. In their request, the farmers highlighted that construction of canals and provision of water control structures such as gates would help convey and control distribution of water Survey was carried out to confirm the feasibility of the project. The potential was found to be 1,250 acres as the command area extended beyond the boundaries of Gakuyuni. As a result, for inclusivity of these farmers, the project was renamed as Marurumo Irrigation Expansion. Design for the project was accomplished, paving way for the construction works, which commenced on 6th of April 2022. The Wayleaf acquisition process by farmers and NIA and ongoing farming activities slowed the progress because you have to wait maybe for the harvest. The project is scheduled to be completed, however, in November 2023. There was a slow start because of those challenges, but it is ongoing. Then could the Cabinet Secretary appraise the Senate on the status of its implementation and whether any funds have been allocated this financial year? The Honorable Speaker, the overall status of the implementation of the project is at 88%, and I have summarized there and given the data for that particular completion status, saying that at Marurumo expansion area, 109.88 work done. That is the expansion. You know, the canals that we. These are canals. Yes, 109. 88 are done, and then below you can see we have done 6. We still have a balance of 24. In total, canals and drains are expected to occupy about 40 kilometers, and so far we have 88 out of 109. Honorable Speaker, no, we are at 88% completion, and the totals that we have done are listed there. For padding work is listed, that is 21, 24, and 10. The funds for implementation of the project have been factored in this financial year. The value of the remaining work is 17.8 million. The total project cost is about 100 million Kenya shillings, and at 88%. Finally, I have been asked to provide a tentative commencement and completion timeline. I think I've just gone ahead so that the 1,000 extended beneficiaries can benefit, and the President's stated intention to increase land under irrigation in the general area to improve food production or food security, where we hope to cover a total of 35,000 acres of rice farming. And so far we are at around 30,000 acres, producing around 130,000 cubic tons of rice. Honorable Speaker, the work will be completed on 30th of November. That is our target date. We intend to achieve that, and the project started 16th of April 2022. So I think we are basically within the timelines, because if we started at on 6th of April and now we are telling this House, and I confirm that we shall work with this timeline, Honorable Speaker, to the Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Murango, do you have any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I will just request maybe for the hand copy of the reply from the Cabinet Secretary for my filing. Maybe for the...
You want some evidence?
Yes, I need some evidence.
Yeah, fine.
Yes.
If that is your supplementary question, then CS maybe.
However, Mr. Speaker, I'm contented with the answer given. And again, I want to thank the CS for water and also the office, I can see the PS there, together the engineers, because I can say that when we had the last visit that we had in Kirinyaga on the same Moyale irrigation scheme, the team was dedicated from 8 o'clock to 6. And we covered a lot of ground on the same. We met the farmers. We had even we had some time to have some rice, and it was a good experience. And the people of Kirinyaga are really happy about that. So I want to take this opportunity to thank the CS office and the whole of our team for our work well done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Madam CS, you have a comment on that?
I cannot, just on the request for a copy, we have provided that to the director or the person who was communicating with my office, but if it has not reached the Senate, we will ensure that a soft copy is sent as soon as I leave the office.
You get
Senate.
a copy from
Yes.
the Secretary?
Yes.
You have the copy already, Madam CS. Even in the next 2 minutes, he can get his copy. Then let's get a supplementary question from Isiolo Senator and Andulo Fatuma.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask a general question from the CS, and I want to congratulate her because this is the first time we have interacted since she was appointed. Mr. Speaker, there is a major problem, especially in the areas where Mount Kenya is and the people who are living downstream, where the rich people are actually blocking the flow of the water from upstream to downstream. I don't know whether that has been brought to the attention of the CS to see how she can be able to unlock the water that is actually blocked by the rich men and or business people in Mount Kenya area, so that we can have enough water, especially if I may speak for Isiolo County. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you are smiling. I'm sure some of your area is also suffering from the same problem. I thank you.
Did you say I'm smiling, Senator Nduro? All the CS? Because you must be having very sharp eyes from where you are.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, maybe according to me, you are happy with the issue I've raised, now that you are on the other side. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy because you know all that belt. You know, the majority leader has interrupted my response to you, so let that go. Let us get the response from the CS.
It is possible, Honorable Speaker, that some water extractions are illegal because ordinarily Water Resource Authority is supposed to allow for extraction, and they regulate in the permit that is given, they regulate the amount of water you can extract. But sometimes we are having maybe the Honorable Senator is referring them to rich men. I hope that they are also rich men and women. But there are people who are farming without sometimes the knowledge in terms of extracting the water. And those are illegal extractors. And we are working hard. We have constrained human resource, because sometimes you require our officers to visit the river, either downstream or upstream, wherever the activities are. And sometimes even when we disconnect, because we disrupt by disconnection, you also find that again after we leave, the surveillance, you know, we don't have our own enforcement in terms of police, but we rely on the same police. The surveillance become very tedious. And I want to say that we will possibly, the Honorable Senator could give me specific rivers so that we can address specific area with the specific results expected. And we will definitely want to know who are those who are extracting and ensuring that the entire river is dry, for example, because the control should be there of how much you can extract in total in terms of the river flow. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CS. Senator Khalil Joyce.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to congratulate Madam CS for the good work that she's doing in the ministry. I know it's the first time that I'm also interacting with her since she has been appointed, but I've been watching her movements across the country, and the issue that is also trying to solve the issues of water across the country. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to thank Madam CS and the ministry for a project that has stalled for some years, around 7 years. That is the Poster Dam project that is covering 3 counties, that is Kericho, Bomet, and Nakuru County. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that I must thank the ministry for giving the project priority in terms of allocations, where right now, Honorable Speaker, I know there is something good that is taking place, and the residents of those counties have really been waiting for this project, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I know Madam Chair is a hard-working CS. We've been able to work with her when she was a women representative, and we had a movement by the name Inua Mama, where we moved across the country. And one of the main agendas that she used to talk when she was a chair was that she was going...
I beg your pardon, did you say the CS was women led?
Yes, she was a member of parliament, Honorable Speaker, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, when she was a member of parliament, we had appointed her as our chair for the Inua Mama movement, who was supporting the government by then.
She is now...
protect me, Honorable Speaker,
I
from
think,
the senator from Baringo.
let us hear from him what is his point of order.
Okay.
Chair, you know I normally don't interrupt, but I thought she was right by saying she was the women rep herself that time. And the CS was a member of parliament. Does she deny also she was not a women rep?
Are you trying to prove that I did not hear properly?
Yeah. I think I was right.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, you know, they normally say the Speaker doesn't have eyes nor ears, but you caught me clearly, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, Madam CS was a member of parliament, and having been my chair of Inua Mama, we crisscrossed this country and promising the Kenyans that we were going to handle the issues that were affecting majorly the women. And that is water, Honorable Speaker. We didn't even knew that he was going to handle that docket. But I can say, Madam Honorable Speaker, that indeed she's up to the task. And I want to say that there are a number of challenges that the Kenyans are facing because of the droughts, because of the forest degradation, and a number of them. And I want to challenge Madam CS that as the Environment Ministry is also fighting in terms of doing the afforestation. I would challenge Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Madam CS, that he also goes ahead, because I know the women reps have also been supplying water tanks to various schools. There are a number of schools that they have the water tanks. they don't have the cutters. I would request that the ministry, in conjunction with the Ministry of Environment, assist a number of schools so that at least they can do the water harvesting for the schools to be able to even assist for the water to be used by the students or the pupils in terms of even handling the issues of environment and even the issues of water usages in schools, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, I just wanted to stand and appreciate her for the good work that she's doing, and also urge the minister to do that collection of the waters in schools and to assist us in actualizing the Boster Dam water project. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Madam CS.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the Honorable Joyce Koriu. Yes, we did a lot of work with the Honorable member, the previous term, and I believe so therefore my work, I think the question is to ensure that my work is also looking at the issue of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, because during most of our meetings, there were water supplies, water tanks that we supplied during the program that was called Inua Mama. I want to confirm to the honorable member, water harvesting and storage being one of our mandates, we are supplying, funds being available, we are supplying through the 9 agencies. At different times, different schools, we are supplying water tanks. And there are also instances where we actually build or construct the steel water tanks depending on the need. So yes, we need to increase our efforts so that possibly the number, and I believe every school, Honorable Speaker, should have a certain minimum number of water storage and good harvesting roof for purposes of some water. And those are programs that we can do together even with the constituency development fund in terms of water for schools. And I believe that we will increase our numbers because the demands, according to the population demand increase, also is rising. I appreciate the good commendation the Honorable Senator has given.
Okay. Thank you, Madam CS. Let's get the last supplementary question from the Senator Mohamed Chute, Marsabit County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam CS, let me also congratulate you for coming here today, and also similarly congratulate you for coming to Marsabit. You came to Marsabit some months back. I know you got some issues there, banditry issue. I'm sorry about that. It was very scary. Madam, I got a phone call from Marsabit a few minutes ago. And the questions people in Marsabit are asking, when you came to Marsabit, you promised to come and open Bakuli, and the date was supposed to be on the 13th of June, 2023. And now, today is 2nd August, 2023. Madam CS, you came before us one time. We had CS Miano, who came before us also, and recently CS for Health. And your performance, the two of you, is excellent performance. I don't know who is going to take position 1, 2, or 3, but that one is subject to discussion for another day. But I really congratulate you. You are making us proud. But then, this question for Marsabit, can you please give us a tentative day, consult with your people so that the people in Marsabit are watching. I want them to be happy. I know, you know, Marsabit, we have issues of water shortages. And the biggest problem is the water line, the piping. Please address the piping issue also and give us a date. And once again, thank you very much for coming today.
Madam CS.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Senator, yes, it is true I was in Marsabit. The experience was very scaring because I was evacuated from the Marsabit forest by a platoon of, of GSU or men in uniform. And I later learned that some resident, one of those who were involved in that particular incident, wasn't targeted. It's good that I say the attack was not targeted at me, but of course I could have been caught within that crossfire. But I was evacuated. I went down the vehicle, and it wasn't very nice. That was a close experience with the fire being exchanged. But and somebody died, which is unfortunate. But those are the kind of things that we are saying we need to eliminate, because no one should lose their lives. I did promise that I would be coming back, and this particular Bakuli Dam basically is at 95% complete. There was a small issue of the wayleaf within town because of encroachment. And I believe the Honorable Senator, you know that. I didn't ask, as I was coming here, because this is a supplementary question, I will get my CEO, Tana Water Services, because they are the ones doing that project, to let me know, together with the Northern Water Development Works. I will find out whether that small issue is over. But I have presented this particular project to the Office of the President to see whether the President himself would be able to find time and put it in his schedule to have this particular project opened by the President, so that we can benefit from his visit, and particularly so that he can help us pick the issue of Badasa Dam that is also in the pipeline. So maybe that is why I haven't come. Either way, once that is cleared, we shall be coming to Marsabit. Thank you very much.
So, Madam CS, let's now get this last one from Senator Bungoma, David Wakoli.
Thank you. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii, na vile vile kumshukuru waziri kwa kazi ambayo unafanya na kudhihirisha wa Kenya kwamba kando na kuwa mwanasiasa, mwanamke pia na uwezo wa kufanya kazi kando na kanuni za kijinsia zilizowekwa na tamaduni zetu. Swali langu Mheshimiwa Waziri, tumeona miradi mingi ya maendeleo ya maji katika kaunti mbalimbali za humu nchini.
Actually, it is believed to be the most intrusive data gathering. And it also borders on what is called collection of data for artificial intelligence. So for that reason, if we are saying that by the next 10 years, everything in Kenya will be on e-government, e-this, e-that. So for me as a legislator, the question I wish to pose to you is, how much are we ahead in terms of saying, yes, there must be a red line that Kenyans should be not asked for this or that, because the banks can go for this, or any entity. You can imagine the collection of this data was done because Kenyans were being paid $49. And I think that is really absurd. So for that reason, the Minister for ICT, tell us on the issue of artificial intelligence, and that Kenyans are not being used as some sort of data collection entity for a specific reason, much beyond business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Give Mama Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na swali langu linaenda kwa mawaziri wote wawili. Ilianza kwanza na M-Pesa watu wakawa wanaingia wanaibia wananchi pesa. Ikaingia kuna mmoja alijilipa pesa kama mbunge wa bunge hili, na ilikuwa kumbe ni story alfulela ulela. Mwisho mmenyamaza mpaka imefika kuwa taifa la Kenya tunapoteza takwimu zetu, tunapata watu wameingia kwenye system na Kenya inakuwa kabisa iko blackout. Nataka nimuulize waziri wa usalama, umesema vile ulivyofanya usalama katika mambo ya maandamano ukawa successful. Mimi nataka nikuulize katika data ya Kenya ambayo ni muhimu, manake hata Shakahola pia ilikupata off guard na hii pia imekupata off guard. Unaweza kuambia nini wa Kenya mwaka mzima ambao umemaliza kuwa usalama wa Kenya uko thabiti katika mikono yako? Asante sana.
The member for Kimilili. Give him a functioning mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very simple question. By the time that this company was applying registration, it was evident that other governments were cracking them down. Why did the government of Kenya fail to carry out due diligence before they allowed this company to operate in Kenya? This is very important, Honorable Speaker, because it will therefore mean that tomorrow or the day after, somebody can come here, register a company, even harvest kidneys for Kenyans and leave this country. The second question, Honorable Speaker, is that the two ministers have used the word investigations more than 5 times. I want them to assure this House that the government of Kenya is going to invest in crime prevention so that we don't behave as if we are reactionary to carry out investigations. Maybe these people who came here, the Worldcoin, they have already gotten what they wanted. They have shut down their system and they have left. So the ministers should assure Kenyans that they are going to invest heavily in crime prevention so that we don't hear these things about investigations are going on. The crime has been committed already. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Makale Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will ask only 2 questions.
Ask one.
Okay, let me say this, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
The first question, Honorable Speaker, I'm just wondering, and I'm a person who has a finance background, the issue of cryptocurrency and the issue of the eyes, where is the connection? The second question, Honorable Speaker, and allow me to ask this, it's important, Honorable Speaker. The second question, Honorable Speaker, this country, would I be in order to say there is a disconnect between intelligence collection and what the security arms are doing? Because I see us being reactive instead of being proactive. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member next to Kamket. Member for Kajiado North, yes. Give him the mic.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the CSS present, and specifically the CS Kindiki. Under our laws, bribery is a crime. The people who are the Worldcoin people, they were paying a token for them to get something from you.
And 7,000 cannot be a token. That's a lot of money.
Yes, they were, no, my apologies, Mr. Speaker. They were paying 7,000. That means that is bribery, because they're giving you something for them to get something from you. Out of the charges that you have said there are crimes that have been committed, I would want you to come out clear that you will charge somebody for bribery, because bribery is against the laws of the Republic of Kenya. Number 2, on the information that they picked from people, This House, when we asked this question, we asked ourselves, where did they take it? Where is that information? The statement, Mr. Speaker, did not bring out the issue of where is the information that they had already picked from people. Because even as we talk of the future, what of what they did on that particular day on the specific individuals? And because I have a lot of confidence with the Honorable Kindiki, I want you to answer me that question because I know you're very capable, unlike what the Honorable Zamzam wants to intend that you do not know how to do things. I know you are capable, competent, and the Honorable Kindiki is a straight shooting professor. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mawade, is that Mawade next to, or is it Basil?
Mawade.
Mawade, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the question to the CS Interior and also the ICT CS. This was a very huge lapse on our security, because if we can allow some strangers to come in and harvest the identification biometrics of Kenyans, what will they be able to do next? The other question is, just a few days earlier, we had seen our systems, our IT systems being hacked. Yes, we may deny, we can use all good English, but our IT system were interrupted by strangers. What measures are we taking to ensure, one, that doesn't happen again? Two, as far as the Interior CS is concerned, what measures are we taking again as to ensure that the harvesting of people's biodata will not happen again? Also, where is this information being?
Yes, what's the out of order, Ruku?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the member in order to ask a question which already has been answered clearly by the two ministers, unless the member was not in this house or he was asleep when that question is asking, when it was being addressed by the two ministers in a very appropriate manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. A member has a right to ask order. Order, Mawade. A member has a right to ask a question if he is not satisfied with the previous answer. Rindikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Yes, Mawade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on.
There's no way. There is no way that will allow somebody to go. No, Mr. Speaker, he must withdraw. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
It is very wrong. Let me start off.
I've already defended.
Yes, allow me. Just allow me, Mr. Speaker. It is very wrong for the mono to say something that is not derogatory about the other member. He must withdraw. He must withdraw. Otherwise, we will engage. We are polite, but we are not afraid. We will engage. That's not the right way to go about it. He must be.
Honorable Mawade. Order. Order. Rindikiri. The last one. Ministers, get ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the two cabinet secretaries. This Data Protection Commission, under which ministry does the Data Protection Unit lie? And two, the Data Protection Unit has been carrying out investigations on the activities of the matter at hand. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask my question through you. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the two ministers. Under which ministry does the data protection unit belong to? Mr. Speaker, we know this data protection unit in the former government was a unit that was being used for other purposes. Mr. Speaker, you know that this department was aware of the activities of this company at hand a few months ago. And up to now, we are being told this unit is still carrying out investigations. How confident can we be on the operations and the management of this unit? Because we haven't gotten a clear answer from them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Speaker, there is one question that I asked that have not been answered. And this question is very important because it touches on the matter and the people who are expecting money from this site. Honourable Speaker, the site, the Worldcoin site, right now has been pulled down. And this site, Honourable Speaker, is the one that is holding the 7,000 that these people who scanned their irises are expecting that money. Honourable Speaker, I'm asking a simple question. The shutting down of this site, does it relate in any way to the investigation that is ongoing? Or, Honourable Speaker, these people have taken what they wanted and they have run away? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Ministers.
Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Mawade. Why is your hand up in the air all the time?
Honorable Speaker, in response to the question whether the country is safe, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House and the country that Kenya is safe. I also want to add that as we go towards a technological world, we must, as a nation, be alive to the fact that the risks that exist in the physical space are the same risks that exist in the digital space. So one of the reasons why perhaps this particular threat that we experienced looks a bit unique is because this is a new space. And Mr. Speaker, I want to prepare the country that even as we go towards embracing technology as we must be alive to the fact that there are risks in the digital space of an equal nature, if not greater, than the risks in the physical space. Honorable Speaker, another concern or supplementary issue which has been raised is the need for us to clarify whether we are prepared to deal with the risks in the digital space in the same manner as we have dealt with other threats to our national security. Mr. Speaker, sir, I confirm in the affirmative that the government will deal with all threats to our national security wherever they arise from, whether from the physical space, the digital space, from the technology space, or any space whatsoever. And therefore, this is a serious threat just like terrorism. It's a serious threat just like banditry. It's a serious threat just like trade in narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances. It is a threat just like those who want to intimidate us to use politics to commit crime. We will be firm with all threats to our national security wherever they arise. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, a question has been asked on the money that was promised to the people of Kenya in exchange for their data. Honorable Speaker, I would not like to speak a lot on this area because we, as I have said, we have made great steps in the investigations, and I don't want to preempt investigations. But allow me, Honorable Speaker, to say that from us, as security managers, as the Ministry of Interior, what raised the red flag was the monetary inducement. For us, that is one of the earliest indications. And the moment it became apparent that that exercise that started, as I said, it was done for 2 days, and on the third day, we were clear that crimes are being committed from where we sit. So if, or rather, that inducement for us is an area of concern. The other red flag, other than the area of inducement, is that we suspect, again, that our understanding of the data protection law is that the processors of data must obtain consent. We are of the opinion that if at all any consent was sought, which is doubtful, that consent was not informed consent. And that's why we believe we will nail down people, we'll pin down people. It's just a matter of time. Honorable Speaker, a question has been asked on whether we are investing in crime prevention, and I want to answer in the affirmative. Because going forward, we are increasingly investing and concentrating on preventing crime before it happens, or arresting crime in the earliest opportunity, without, again, and I think this is an important clarification, Honorable Speaker, without, again, overly interfering with the ordinary activities that are allowed under the law. So by the time we come in, we must have reasonable grounds to suspect that crimes are being committed. Honorable Speaker, the other issue has been raised is on why we took a bit of time and only acted after things started happening. I would like to say the activities of this entity are not just the subject matter of a security investigation in Kenya alone. There are many other countries around the world, a few countries, and many of them are first world countries who are asking the same questions that we are asking today, including 2 countries in Europe, 1 country in Asia. So I don't think it is fair to say that perhaps the Kenyan authorities have not been prudent or alert enough, because I know the same issues have been raised in the United Kingdom, in France, in India, in Germany, and a few other countries. Honorable Speaker, we are certain that we will bring accountability, and I think there is no cause of alarm. In terms of the data which have been harvested so far, Honorable Speaker, we have preservation orders that data should not be processed. We have a court order, but we are informed by the experts that even if such data is already stored in the cloud, we are informed that it is still retrievable. And therefore, again, there is no cause of alarm, because we already know our people, the numbers of our people that had already gone through this process. And then finally, Honorable Speaker, I would like to just assure the people of Kenya that I know we are a very political country, which is a good thing, because democracy is supposed to bring the kind of vibrancy that we see in in our space here as a country. But I want to plead with the representatives of the people, the honorable members, that on matters national security, we try and remove our politics and our democratic engagement from that space. That way, we'll be able to preserve the country for ourselves and our children. Thank you.
Speaker, I'm concerned that the cabinet secretaries are not treating this matter with the seriousness it deserves. Instead of getting responses as representatives of the people, we are getting lectures on things we know and the basis upon which we raised this issue with you. Honorable Speaker, I asked a simple question: whether this company as a foreign company is registered. And the Cabinet Secretary for Interior is saying it appears to be registered. The Cabinet Secretary in charge of ICT is saying it is registered, they are dealing with operational issues. Could we know? Because there is a legal consequence to a foreign company doing business in the country if they are not registered. In which case, Honorable Speaker, even before we check what they are doing with the data mined, the foreign agents of the company should be in court, and the fine is prescribed in Section 974. Not lectures on democracy, what people should do.
Honorable Kaluma, I thought the minister had earlier said that the Worldcoin group are not registered in Kenya, but they have local collaborators. Isn't that what you said? Yes. So your pursuit should be, who are the local collaborators? Are they going to be charged with conspiracy to commit crimes and all those other chains of criminal activities? And I think that is up to the minister to answer. Owalo, can we hear from the second minister before, unless it's a serious point of order? Yes, Honorable
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just arise on a point of order because, you know, the House has allowed the CSs to come and answer matters of concern to Kenyans. But the CS of Interior has just told us that he does not want issues that are political. Now, when members of this House ask questions, they're obviously political because we are representatives of the people. And I think that's what the Honorable Kaluma has alluded to. Instead of giving us a lecture, kindly just respond to our questions because there is no politics other than our representation of the people. Mr. Speaker, kindly guide the minister.
Zamzam, are you also on a point of order?
Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi swali langu lilikuwa tu dhahiri kuwa Kenya tuko katika hali tata ikiwa anga zetu zitakuwa zimeingiliwa. Na mheshimiwa pale alinikosoa akaweka kama ambayo namdhulumu yule minister, ni yale waliosema rais wa taifa hili kuwa hawa ministers kuna vitu vingi hawavielewi. Mimi nimeuliza hii security ya nchi yetu iko sawa katika mikono yake kwa vile tumeingiliwa sana. Yeye amekuja anazungumza mambo ya siasa. Hapa si siasa kwa sababu hata mimi akaunti yangu pia ilikuwa hacked. Ndio maana nauliza, si masala ya siasa.
Owalo, we can't have endless chains of points of order.
Mr. Speaker, I think we had already indicated earlier, and I want to repeat, that Worldcoin as an entity is not a legally registered company in Kenya. Through the registrar, the Business Registration Service. But it is registered as a data collector. In terms of operationalization, Worldcoin has been undertaking its activities through a different entity, which is registered in Kenya. And it's on the basis of this.
Owalo, the issue that Kaluma was asking is, if this entity is not registered,
yes,
why did you allow an entity that has no legal status to start collecting data from Kenyans? I think that is the big question.
The issue here, Mr. Speaker, we have got many...
And hand in hand with that, so that we save time, because your colleague is waiting behind there. You should also answer Makali Mulus. And I, as the Speaker of this House, went and also did some research on Bitcoins. And there's nowhere in the world I found that to trade in cryptocurrency, you have to have your iris mined by any company. So that is also something that should assure Kenyans and members of parliament.
Mr. Speaker, Worldcoin was registered in Kenya as a data collector, not courtesy of the Business Registration Service. The prerequisites for purposes of registration as a data collector does not include or does not entail being registered as a company operating in Kenya. We are dealing with the digital space in this instance, Mr. Speaker. And there's many other companies operating in Kenya which are not legally registered by the Business Registration Service. The other issue was on the Office of the Data Commissioner, Mr. Speaker. The Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, for purposes...
Naomi Wako, what is your point of order?
Thank you.
Hold the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to know why they have allowed them to collect our data. Simple. Yeah.
Minister, that is the bottom line, Minister.
Can we be a bit patient so that I do justice to this issue?
Okay.
The company that has been
give
collecting
the minister
data.
an opportunity to answer. You have asked him questions, let him answer.
The company that has been collecting the data in Kenya is not Worldcoin. It is a surrogate of Worldcoin, Mr. Speaker. And these people have been apprehended by the security agencies. Two, the Office of the Data Commissioner, Mr. Speaker, operates under policy guidance from the Ministry of Information, Communication, and the Digital Economy.
Mary Kaitani, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the Cabinet Secretary for ICT to say that they can actually allow companies to operate in this country without any registration? Because that is, we've had his statement, and in his statement he's actually purporting that people can actually come into this country and operate without any registration. Can he tell us, is it in order for a company to come and operate in this country without proper registrations and proper identification before operations begin?
Minister, go on. Honorable members, let him finish answering. If I find it necessary to do another round, I will. Honorable Eliud Owalo, are you done?
Yes,
you are consulting.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, we were consulting because to the best of my mind, I am not sure that that obligation is in the current Data Protection Act. And for me, subject to confirmation, I just asked our PSC for ICT to confirm if that obligation is in the Data Protection Act in terms of procedure for registration. Mr. Speaker, protect me, I finish the answer, and then the member can, yeah. So, Mr. Speaker.
Let him finish. Let him finish order.
He wanted to answer according to the government, not according to his mind. According to the government.
Go on, Kindiki.
Mr. Speaker, to the best of my mind, the Data Protection Act does not obligate the registration of data processors to be companies registered under the law of Kenya. And I've said with a caveat, I could be wrong. If it does, then definitely that is an oversight. If it does not, then it means we must amend the law going forward in consonance with the sentiments by the members to make sure that that becomes an accountability, an extra accountability layer for the future.
Yes, honorable members, I want to end here. I want to end here. Order. Yes, Kakai Bissau, what is your point of order? Minister, go hold your horses. I've given the floor to Bissau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Sitting here and listening at the way the two ministers are answering these questions, first of all, we have to remember that on that particular day, our country was under attack. And in fact, we thank you for coming together because now you give an impression that at least you're coordinating issues. But before that, we thought that you're completely not coordinating issues. What I want to say, Mr. Speaker, the CS Internal Security talked about it happened on the first day, they investigated on the second day, on the third day. That shows a lot of laxity. We cannot have such an issue where we are under attack. It takes 3 days and we are saying we investigated. I know technology is moving at a very fast pace. And this is not the first or the last time. We're going to have most of these things happening. So what I would like the ministers to tell us, what are the mitigation measures you are putting in place so that when we have another technology attack, we are able to ensure that Kenyans are not suffering. And remember, those that were affected mostly were the people under the pyramid because there was some token given to them. So tell us what you're going to put in place to mitigate this. And lastly, we would like the perpetrators to be tabled and made it public. Thank you.
Kangoko Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the confusion we saw between the two cabinet secretaries, Mr. Speaker, is again has been brought to this House. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest it this way, Honorable Speaker. In fact, the more they explain to us or they answer these questions, the more we are confused. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest if you give them more time, they go and reconcile their thoughts. At the same time, they look at the facts and then bring a correct information to this House, Mr. Speaker. Because from the start of this session, Mr. Speaker, the cabinet secretaries, they have been taking us round. At one point, they are saying the companies are not registered. And at another point, they are saying they are registered, but only for data collections. Mr. Speaker, we are not going to get correct answers from the cabinet secretaries now. I would ask that, Mr. Speaker, you direct that they go back and they bring us a correct and satisfactory answers.
Order, honorable members, for avoidance of doubt, honorable ministers, the Companies Act, Section 974, says as follows. A foreign company shall not carry on business in Kenya unless it's repeated, it is registered under this part, or it has applied to be so registered and the application is pending. So what Worldcoin is doing is illegal, even under the Companies Act, but I agree with Kangoko Bowen that ministers, you can see and feel, you can stop disparaging our ministers. You can see and feel the representatives of the people from where they sit, and I think this was captured by Makali Mulu. What has the mining of Kenyans' iris got to do with cryptocurrency? I think that is the issue. And that you are investigating, I'll give because like the young MP from John Paul, you are from Igembe, has been agitatingly coming to whisper to me that KICC is a government property. Who licensed these people to have long queues of Kenyans on government premises? Those are some of the questions MPs were asking. And I would want to encourage you as our ministers to account to the people of Kenya through their representatives in this House to get out to the bottom of this matter. And I also encourage you, ministers, that your multi-agency investigation team seem to include the Data Protection Commission, which actually gave authority to these people to do what they were doing. So they cannot possibly investigate themselves. And therefore, I would encourage you that for purposes of impartiality and openness, you may have to exclude them from your multi-agency team because you might find them culpable as well. I want us to end here so that we get in the Minister for Defense. Ministers, you are released to go. You will come back next Wednesday. And the next time you come, I encourage you because harmonize your thinking so that when you come, we have at least one of you speaking on behalf of both of you. Professor Kindiki?
Sorry, Speaker, to request to speak after you've already given your directive. I wanted to suggest as follows.
Yes.
This matter is very complex.
Yes.
As you have already noted about the KICC facility and so on, it involves so many ministries, departments, agencies.
Yes.
This is my fear, Honorable Speaker, that unless maybe you can accommodate all the agencies here, I would have suggested, because the members have raised very valid issues and I agree with them, this is a very serious national issue. If there is a way to package the, there is the security aspect, there is the ICT aspect, there is the business registration aspect, there is the so many other things. And perhaps maybe that way we can help the members so that we don't bore you and we don't come here and because these answers are all over the place and it's not enough for one ministry or even the two ministries to respond conclusively, including our agencies. I wanted to plead, Speaker, you consider whether there is another way in which we can provide the same information to the House, maybe separately, yes, maybe at departmental committees and so forth. And finally, from where we sit, we are willing to be of service to the House as many times as possible, but in a more organized way so that we also don't waste Parliament's time with endless repetition of the same subject.
I get your point, Minister. What I'll do, I have enough people to segregate the issues, and I'll give you advice through formal communication. As you leave now, the direction is that you come on Wednesday, but in between, once we are able to segregate the issues to see which ones are security, which ones are ICT, they look intertwined now, and which ones are other departments, we'll be able to guide you accordingly. You have a valid concern. Colin, yes, Shakil, I want to close this.
It was very important, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg your indulgence. The issue of the information that has already been mined, I wanted to ask if the Minister for IT and Internal Security, both of them, can make applications wherever that information has gone, because they have a way to find what information was routed to where, to make an application at the destination of that information for it to be held to our order. You know, I don't know the
minister
legal
already said that they have gone to court. They have orders to preserve the data already mined.
That is
and
the court
and that even the data stored in the clouds is retrievable.
But that's a court in Kenya, sir. What we will hear later on is the United Kingdom court or the American court. No application was served upon them, and they as such could not retain that information. So I was urging that since we can find out, even our telephone calls, we can know where it's going. The information that has been transmitted already should be now, we identify where it is and put an application in the court of that
The
country.
ministers have heard you. Ministers,
Thank you, sir.
If the agencies will extend extra territorial investigations, so be it. I'm sure you have got collaborative processes with other agencies elsewhere. Can you usher in the Minister for Defense? The Minister for Security comes in, I acknowledge the following schools in the public and speakers gallery. Elangata Enterit Primary School from Narok, South Narok. All Saints Kamoyo Preparatory School from Mosop, Nandi. Kapchoge Primary School from Marakwet East, Elgeyo Marakwet. Sitotwo Primary School from Keio South, Elgeyo Marakwet. Kapkoiga Girls High School from Keses, Uasin Gishu. On my behalf and on your behalf, I welcome the schools to the House of Parliament. Honorable members, the Minister for Defense is now in the House. Where's my order paper? Minister, we have welcome to the House, a house where you have been for years. You are now back with a different hat. You are now here to answer questions. I will start with the question number 008 of 2023. The member for Ugunja, Opio Andai. The chair is aware that Opio Andai is not in the House. Him and his majority counterpart are engaged in discussions elsewhere on for purposes of bringing tranquility in the country. Is there anybody who has been tasked to ask that question on his behalf? Honorable Mwenje, I will only allow you if you have instructions in writing. If you don't have instructions in writing, I'll yes. If you have no written instructions, you have no authority to ask the question. The chair must take responsibility that in case anything untoward is said, we hold members responsible, and the member will come back and say you had no authority to ask the question. And you'll have no defense. So we leave it there. The question is not dropped, it's put aside. And in the event Honorable Duale doesn't come to the House so soon, I'll direct him to send a written answer to the Honorable Opio Andai. Honorable Minister, you'll send a written answer to the Honorable Andai. Next question is a question 229 of 2023, member from Mwingi North, Paul Nzengu. Paul Nzengu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I do not have a hard copy of the question. I was looking for it, but I cannot find it. So I don't know whether. All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got a question. The question is to the Cabinet Secretary, Defense. And the question is, outline any peaceful milestone and other achievement attained by sending our Kenya Defense Forces troops to the Democratic Republic of Congo. And number two is explain the exit strategy for our troops from DRC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I am appearing before the House in accordance with Standing Order 42, Section A to G. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm coming back home. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Defense Forces who are serving under the East Africa Community Regional Force are in DRC and more so in Eastern Congo, following a resolution of heads of state and government after admitting DRC to be a member of the East Africa Community in their 22nd Ordinary Summit of the EAC Heads of State and Government held in Arusha on 22nd July 2022, and it approved, among many other interventions, the immediate establishment and deployment of EAC Regional Force in Eastern DRC. Mr. Speaker, the mandate was to help deal with negative forces in the spirit of a collective security under a two-pronged approach, the political and the military track. In the context of the military track, Mr. Speaker, which I have the benefit to discuss and give an answer to this House, the EAC Chief of Defense Forces implemented the decision of establishing a regional force that was subsequently approved by the heads of state. Thereafter, the Kenya Defense Forces deployed in DRC from August of 2022 to operate specifically in Eastern DRC alongside troops from the Republic of Burundi, Republic of South Sudan, and the Republic of Uganda. Mr. Speaker, in this deployment, the Kenya Defense Forces contingent to ICRAF went through the legal framework and the constitution of our country, in the sense that the National Security Council approved it, and Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly, this august House, in conformity with the provisions of Article 240, subsection 8A of our Constitution, empowered the National Security Council and the Ministry of Defense to deploy national forces and also KDF outside our country for both regional and international peace support operations, and that approval was granted, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the East Africa Community Regional Force, which Kenya Defense Forces is part of, is premised on Chapter 8 of the UN Charter, which encourages regional mechanisms to deal with matters relating to the maintenance of international peace and security before referring the matter to the UN Security Council. Speaker, let me now come to the question. What are the milestones and the achievements of the Kenya Defense Forces who are serving under the East Africa Regional Force? So, Speaker, prior to the KDF deployment in DRC, the M23, which is one of the main armed groups in North Kivu, was at the threshold of capturing a very important city called Goma, which has a strategic location and has a major population center. There were only 7 kilometers to that city. An occurrence that could have destabilized DRC and the whole of this region. Because, Mr. Speaker, Eastern Congo primarily uses the port of Mombasa. So there was an economic interest. There was a regional interest in terms of peace and security. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, before our deployment, the main supply routes were inaccessible due to security. There was a lot of interruption on the food supply and humanitarian operations in that part of DRC. There was huge humanitarian crisis, a lot of IDPs, Mr. Speaker. And this precipitated the consequence of deploying the ICRAF in that area, and these are the achievements that we can today be proud of. Speaker, number one, the M23 armed groups, particularly who were in the area where the Kenya Defense Forces are stationed, withdrew from their previously occupied territories, including safeguarding the areas around Goma, and they withdrew from the areas within the ICRAF joint operation area, which was more so the KDF area. And this relieved the pressure on the government of DRC. Hence, the threat on Goma was saved from the control of M23. This created, Mr. Speaker, an elusive window for the settlement of the security challenges following years of conflict. Two, Mr. Speaker, the ceasefire between M23 and the armed forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo, which was achieved because of the presence of KDF, and Mr. Speaker, let me say it, that the force commander of the East African Community Regional Force is a Kenyan. General Nyaga was there, Major General Nyaga, and today we have Major General Kiugu. This has really allowed the political track to take shape. It facilitated the commencement of the political track, which is spearheaded by the former President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, as a facilitator. M23, Mr. Speaker, has indicated conditional readiness for pre-cantonment, which is a critical step towards the disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration of those communities which have been affected by the security situation in Eastern DRC. Three, Mr. Speaker, through the East Africa Regional Force, which Kenya is part of it, the Bunagana, Bunagabo, Kibumba, Goma, and Kichanga, Sake, Goma, main supply routes are now active, hence the enabling movement of commerce, service, and people, and more importantly, facilitating the access of humanitarian supplies. Fourthly, Mr. Speaker, the deployment led to the gradual return of refugees and IDPs to areas which are now under the East Africa Regional Force control, resulting to the reduction in crime and violence against non-combatants, this being a critical mandate of the protection of civilians. Mr. Speaker, I was there last week, 3 days I spent in Eastern DRC in visiting our troops and talking to the leadership, my colleagues in DRC. You'll see there's a sense of stability and a protection of civilians from armed conflict. Mr. Speaker, the East African Regional Force has also continued to support the program, which was part of what the head of state agreed, for setting up the disarmament areas, for establishing the infrastructure for demobilization of all the armed groups, and for establishing community rehabilitation and stabilization programs. A key leader engagements within the joint operation area. Mr. Speaker, this is in support of the peaceful coexistence among communities while progressively facilitating the restoration of good governance and the reestablishment of social amenities such as schools and health sectors in those areas before
the deployment of Kenyan Defense Forces serving under ICRAF. Speaker, ICRAF jointly with the MONUSCO, and MONUSCO is the United Nations mission in Congo, and the representative of the government of DRC have identified suitable, important pre-cantonment sites at Bunagabo, which has enabled the government of DRC to initiate the demobilization, the disarmament, and the community rehabilitation and stabilization. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the last achievement is the initial deployment of the Kenyan contingent as the first boots on the ground in the joint operation area, has secured and has set conditions for deployment of other contingents in the multi-sectoral theater or sector of North Kivu, meaning Kenya has demonstrated much needed leadership in a crisis situation. And what I mean is, it was KDF that first went to that theater for the first 4 months. It's after the success, the achievements that our colleagues from Burundi, South Sudan, and Uganda are now part of the wider multinational force in that area. Speaker, the second part of the question was, what is our exit strategy for KDF troops who are serving under the ICRAF from DRC? Speaker, the East Africa Regional Force was first deployed for an initial mandate of 6 months that lapsed on 30th March 2023. And thereafter, under the leadership of the heads of state, it was extended to 8th of September 2023. In effort to chart the way forward, Mr. Speaker, a technical evaluation team comprising of experts from all our member states, the East African member states, was constituted in the last heads of state and government summit in Bujumbura, and their main role was to assess the ICRAF mandate, assess its achievement, and assess its way forward within the mandate implementation, and render a report to the EAC Sectoral Council of Defense Ministers, which, Mr. Speaker, will take place between the 21st and 23rd of this month in Nairobi. And in this regard, Mr. Speaker, based on that report on the restoration of peace and security in Eastern DRC, will be a desired condition in which will tell us the military success and the eventual exit from the mission. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, in my concluding remark, the conditions could culminate in Kenya's exit and ICRAF exit, because it is not Kenya which is exiting. It is all the multinational troops within ICRAF, Kenya included, that will exit. So if the East African community heads of state and government fail to get renewal of the ICRAF current mandate upon its expiry on 8th of September, if for any reason the government of Kenya decides to withdraw KDF, and one of the reasons can be even this House through a motion asking the executive and the National Security Council with very good reasons to withdraw from Eastern Congo and from the multinational force. In the event the government of Democratic Republic of Congo withdraws its consent and decides that ICRAF should leave, and in the event the mission becomes untenable in terms of security. Those are the scenarios in which KDF can be withdrawn from their performance under the East Africa Regional Force. So, Mr. Speaker, our mandate is until 8th of September. At the Defense Headquarters, we always have a plan to make sure that in the event of the 4 scenarios, we will bring back our troops safe and sound. And Mr. Speaker, finally, it is not only, KDF troops are not only serving under aircraft. Within the DRC, Eastern Congo, under the UN mission, we have over 250 quick response team, our special forces serving under the UN. We have our communication and signal battalion serving under the UN mandate in Congo. Those are working within the confine of the US mandate. But for aircraft, our mandate ends on 8th of September. The Council of Ministers, which I am a member, will sit on 21st and 23rd to look at the technical team evaluating the achievements and the way forward. And then the heads of states will meet 1 week later. If they give the extension, well and good, we'll be in DRC because we have done a lot. If the extension is not granted, I want to assure this House and the country that our troops will come back home safe and secure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Zengo, I think it's as clear as that. Do you want supplementary?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the CS for the information that he has given us. This question came up because there were concerns that since when Kenyan troops went to DRC, the relationship between Kenyans and Congolese people started being wasted, and it is a concern whether this intervention, is it beneficial or not? Number two, Mr. Speaker, the CS has told us that all the IDPs have moved. I want him to confirm whether the IDPs have really agreed to go back to Goma, because the information that I have, which I cannot prove whether it's true or not, but since he has been there in the last 1 week, can he confirm to the House that indeed, because of Kenyan troops and the ICRAF, that group of East Africa, that really the IDPs have gone back? And thirdly, at what point did... this is important, Mr. Speaker, because there is a time when the Congolese president had to ask for reinforcement from SADC, the Southern African countries, to bring their troops. Did we fail? Did our troops fail? Or what necessitated the reinforcement from southern countries? Thank you.
I'll give one joyrider. One joyrider. Member for Migori.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. First, I would like to congratulate our Kenyan soldiers who are in DRC. They are trying their best. But I would like to ask the Honorable Minister that since our troops went to DRC, we have seen refugees coming from DRC and flocking into Kenya. I had an opportunity to go to Kitale Showground and met the refugees from DRC. The purpose of sending our troops was to help DRC get peace in their own country. Are you convinced that our soldiers are doing enough? Because even in the recent days, there was news that there were some places that the rebels attacked, women were raped, children were killed. Places like Rugari, Kitashanga, Mweso, Kiwanja, they were attacked. And the majority who were killed were women and children. Are you convinced that our soldiers are doing enough? Or if not, why don't you look for another way out to help DRC so that they get their peace and stop being refugees in other people's country? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, Ferdinand, you'll be the second joyrider, second and last.
Thank you very much, the CS for defense. And I think it's just common sense, much as there could be some complaint, but I want to agree with you that the Eastern DRC actually had problems. And I think we read widely, Mr. Speaker, the opening of the Eastern DRC has actually enabled us to get most of the export coming through Mombasa to TRC and across. So I want to take this opportunity and thank you, the Minister, for doing what you are doing. And I think what she's saying is true. I've also heard the same thing, but those could be just noises in the past. But as far as I'm concerned, there's a lot of benefit. And in fact, that has enabled DRC to join the East African community. And we actually, there's a way we're opening up the region. And therefore, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Minister for the work being done. Please keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. That's not a question, it's a compliment. Owen Baya, you'll be the last. Ruku,
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to ask this question to the Honorable Minister, who is a ranking member of this House. Who was, I think that rank does not go away, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask about the Banyamulenge in Eastern DRC, that they have been excluded from the talks that are being headed by the Kenyan delegation led by the former president. The Banyamulenge, as you know, are cross-cutting. They're both in Rwanda and in Congo. But in these talks, they're one of the oppressed organization, or community. And unfortunately, when our former president held the talks, they were removed from the table. And they are suffering. And their leader, Professor Lazare, is incarcerated and nobody knows where he is. And they have been asking Kenya to help them. Unfortunately, this information doesn't seem to reach the former president's desk because they have been blocked. Because it is said the former president is friends with the current president of Congo, and therefore he is more siding with the current Congo regime other than accommodating the other. I do not know whether President Uhuru is being an impartial arbiter in the DRC Congo, or he has taken sides and therefore blocking other people who are aggrieved from accessing the negotiation table. And one of the people is Lazare Rukunda. He's a professor. He runs a small university. He was arrested last 2 weeks, and he's been incarcerated. He's been held in Comunicando, and his family doesn't know where he is. I think, Honorable Minister, you have a responsibility to ensure that Kenya is a good arbiter in these discussions and that everybody in the Congo is protected. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister, answer those short questions very quickly. We got the next question.
Speaker, I agree with the Honorable Member for Mwingi on the IDPs. Not all IDPs have gone back. It's a huge crisis. If you go to the road between Goma to Kibumba, you'll find IDPs. But gradually, now that there's peace and security and stability, you will find, particularly where the Kenyan troops are, people are going back to their homes, people are planting their farms. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, my good sister, the Member of Parliament for Migori, really asked me about the issues to do with women and all that. I think one of the mandates that ICRAF and also the Kenya Defense Forces have done and achieved in Eastern DRC, and I saw it, that they are really taking care of the most vulnerable parts of the society, which is one of the things that we can credit our forces, protecting women, children, elderly. In fact, 2 days ago, Mr. Speaker, our own forces helped a lady deliver twins in an area called Kibumba. They are providing water. And even what the member from Mwingi, Mheshimiwa Mwingi North said, is that the clip of the video you see going round, those are old clips. If a committee of this House happen to visit, you'll see the Kenyan troops who have been there are very much welcome. And if you go to these cities, Kisangani, Beni, Goma, you'll find huge Kenyan businesses in the petroleum sector, in commodities. So, and that part of the world, again, is an area where Swahili is spoken. Honorable Baya, Mr. Speaker, I really want you to indulge me and maybe invoke the standing order. That is an internal political matter of DRC. And I don't want to discuss it because you are a long-ranking foreign minister. I don't want to be quoted that I am discussing personal, political, internal issues of the government. Our troops are in that theater. They are under the DRC government. I don't want to take and discuss politics. So you'll ask me about Banyamulenge. They are known there as M23. So Speaker, I don't want to say anything on that. Maybe when he gets an opportunity and get the former president who is leading the political track, then they can have a chat. So I can't discuss, Mr. Speaker. You will forgive me. Of course, the one for Honorable Ferdinand, Mr. Speaker, was a comment. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say it off the cuff. Apart from restoring peace and security in DRC, and in Somalia, in all our regional, our neighbors, Mr. Speaker, we have an economic interest. That part of DRC is where the port of Mombasa is a key player, where many Kenyans, Equity Bank, Mr. Speaker, is the largest bank in that country. KCB, Mr. Speaker, has bought the biggest local bank there. There are many Kenyans. So apart from making sure a stable, secure DRC, Mr. Speaker, is good for the economy of our country, is good for regional trade, is good for regional integration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Rook, what is it? I want to close this and go to the next question.
Mr. Speaker, for any nation which has developed, most of them, about 80% of the developed nation, they have military as part of the economic plan. And it will be important if the minister can stipulate clearly what is the military's, how the government is integrating military into the economic plan so that we can be able to come out of poverty as a nation. It is important when the military is deployed in Congo, in Somalia, and many other countries around Africa, we need, as a nation, to be able to know clearly how does that fit within our economic plan. It is extremely important, Mr. Speaker, and this is something which has been avoided over the years by the Kenyan military. It is important for the Kenyan military to ensure it is playing a critical role in the economic development of this country, not only the security. And this is a matter of history for those who are students of international relations and diplomacy, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mchomba, what is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me first to congratulate the Minister, the Honorable Ranking Member of this House. I believe his ranking status is still active, for executing the questions of the day in a very well-informed manner. But Mr. Speaker, I would want to ask the Honorable Bare Duale to tell us what are the deliverables of the forces when they go to such missions, and how do they measure deliverables in comparison with our expectations as a country, just like my colleague Honorable Ruko has asked. What are our gains when we send these troops to those countries? How do we benefit as Kenya? Other than just saying that we have regional peace, how do the individual troops members, our soldiers, benefit when they go to these missions? Honorable Speaker, I would also want to ask Honorable Duare, since November 22, what have we achieved as Kenya since we sent these troops to the regions? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Regional obligations do not necessarily carry economic benefits. It is a moral duty to your region. Yes, what is your point of order?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, you partly responded to my matter of concern. My worry is that there are matters of the nation we could be discussing in the context of our regional intervention, which may not be prudent. In fact, may call for in-camera proceedings if necessary. So I wanted to request your intervention, Honorable Speaker, that those matters we are raising, both by the Honorable Ruku and my good sister Muchomba, could be collateral. They are not matters to be discussed in the context that we are proceeding now. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We'll go to question 230 of 2023. Honorable Duale, if you wish, you can write it to Honorable Ruku and tell him the economic benefits of the military. And Honorable Mchomba, our military don't go out to protect us for any personal gain. It's a patriotic duty. Honorable Lotte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Noting that the military recruitment will be starting on the 28th of this month, and there's a lot of anxiety from the young people, I'll wish to ask the Cabinet Secretary the following questions. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the measures that are put in place to curb serious malpractices like bribery and nepotism during the military recruitments, so as to accord poor but well-deserving Kenyans fair opportunities in the recruitments? 2, I wish to ask the Cabinet Secretary to explain the affirmative action strategies that the government is putting in place to ensure that the Kenyans from the marginalized regions, such as Kachaliba and others, and Turkana, and all those other regions, are considered in the ever-elusive military jobs. And the last one, I'll wish the Cabinet Secretary to explain mechanisms that the government has put in place to enable Kenyans to report on malpractices that are witnessed during the subsequent military recruitment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister, just hold for a minute. Allow me to acknowledge the following schools in the gallery. Soliat Boys High School, Soin Sigoet, Kericho. FIM School, Kimilili, Bungoma. Mukinyai Primary School, Molo, Nakuru. Hekima Marigat School Primary, Baringo South, Baringo. And these are primary schools from Molo. Mwangi Muchuki Primary School, Rombei Primary School, Lawina Primary School, Arimi Primary School, all from Molo constituency, Nakuru County. Minister, indulge me to give the member for Molo 1 minute on behalf of all of us to acknowledge the presence of those schools.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It's indeed is a great privilege. We have 274 pupils from different primary schools in Molo constituency, starting with my own primary school, Mwangi Muchuki Primary School. Honorable Speaker, that's one of the most public school in Molo that was hardly known, that produced the Member of Parliament for Molo constituency and the chair for the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning. It is this school that produced the first ever MP to be re-elected since last 30 years, and therefore I'm very privileged to associate with this, my former primary school, Mwangi Muchuki Primary School. It's a great encouragement to the other schools, Mukinyai Primary School, Rombei Primary School, Lawina Primary School, and that's why, Honorable Speaker, every time I get a chance, I invite them to come to Nairobi to observe Parliament proceedings, to see Nairobi. Because, Honorable Speaker, in my vernacular there is a proverb that says, he who does not travel thinks his mom is the only one who is able to cook. So it is their chance to come and see Nairobi and aspire to also be members of Parliament, to be governors, to be president, to be anything that they dream to be. Because if the son of a single mother from a humble background from Mukinyai who went to public primary school, public secondary school, public university can be where he is now, then not even the sky is the limit. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your diligence.
Well, Minister, congratulations for your journey in life. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in answering this question, I really want to urge the country and the House that they should not charge us, they should not use the benchmark of the previous recruitment It's the first recruitment under my leadership, and it's the first recruitment under this administration. Mr. Speaker, KDF recruitment process is guided by the Constitution of Kenya, specifically Article 10(1)(c) that protects and provides for national values and principles of governance, which will bind all state organs, state officers, public officers, and all persons whenever any of them makes or implements public policy decisions. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Defense is determined to protect Kenyans from fraudsters posing as KDF recruitment agents, bent on marrying on an open, free, fair recruitment process. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of every recruitment cycle, eligible applicants are provided with very clear guidelines on when and where they should present themselves and how they should apply to join Kenya Defense Forces. Indeed, the public is always advised during the recruitment drive to avoid giving bribes and other favors to impersonate in the pretext that they will be assisted in securing employment in the KDF. Mr. Speaker, the aforestated notwithstanding, there are isolated instances where KDF personnel have been involved in recruitment malpractices. And to serve as a deterrence, Mr. Speaker, all suspected cases have been thoroughly investigated. Those found culpable subjected to judicial process in the form of court-martial, often leading to dismissal from service or imprisonment. And Mr. Speaker, the answer which I have provided to this House, I think in about 5 to 6 copies, I have attached Annex A that provides into the status of the completed and ongoing cases of individual officers and more so general officers who were prosecuted since the last recruitment, which was in July of last year. Mr. Speaker, that annex will show you the rank of those officers. It will show you the crime they committed, and all these officers faced the court-martial precisely because of recruitment. Mr. Speaker, the second question was explain the affirmative action strategies that the government is putting in place to ensure Kenyans from marginalized communities and regions are considered elusive for military jobs. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I think the evolution was to solve marginalization. I am sure there are issues, but I think the term marginalized, Mr. Speaker, will be a thing of the past very soon. Mr. Speaker, KDF is conscious of the country's ethnic diversity and always promotes a national outlook among its ranks. And even you look at the hierarchy and the leadership of Kenya Defense Forces, Mr. Speaker, on the face of it, represents the face of Kenya in terms of diversity, tribe, religion, and the region they come from. This is predicted, Mr. Speaker, is predicated on the Defense Forces' primary role of defending and protecting the country on the basis of inclusion. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the distribution of slots, selection, and development of KDF human capital is inherently reflected on the face of Kenya on the account of equity as required in our Constitution. One of the guiding principles, Mr. Speaker, in KDF Act of 2012 that stipulates that recruitment must reflect the diversity of the Kenyan people in an allowable proportion that ensures that the composition of the command of KDF also embraces the principle of equity and inclusivity. And Mr. Speaker, since I took over as a Minister for Defense, one of the principles that I say people will remember for me as the Minister for Defense is to make sure that the rank and the leadership of Kenya Defense Forces reflects the diversity and the communities in our country. Therefore, equitable distribution of slots to counties, sub-counties, and divisions in some places always are computed at the planning phase of the recruitment cycle, and they are based on the following parameters. Number one, national population according to the latest national census. 2, population and demography in each county, sub-county, and in some cases, some divisions. 3, KDF human resource needs on the current manning levels among KDF officers, service members, and constables. 4, current number of officers, service members, and constables from each sub-county. So, Mr. Speaker, we look at holistically the numbers of our human resource in Kenya Defense Forces. And based on that, we will look at the numbers from each sub-county. And based on that, we will create slots for every county, for every sub-county in our country. So, Speaker, sometimes we look at the socio-political variables, rural versus urban, marginalized groups and indigenous groups. Speaker, finally, the recruiting officers are required to submit to the defense headquarters daily returns to satisfy the defense leadership that quotas are being enforced. So, Mr. Speaker, for example, in a sub-county in Bungoma County, if the number to be recruited were 8 or 10, Speaker, just like IBC, we have a command center at the defense headquarters. On real time, the moment those 7 are recruited, their ID, their names, their age, everything is submitted to make sure that in between, Mr. Speaker, there were many times people were making were using a lot of corruption, where 7 people will go to the recruitment center, they are told you have been taken, and in the evening they are chased away and replaced with other people. Speaker, I really want to assure you, this House, because we are oversighted by the representative of the people. Myself and General Ogola will make sure that the moment the 7 are recruited, our command center at the defense headquarters in real time will receive them so that nobody in this recruitment can change anything. And I want the House to take me to charge on that matter, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, finally, was the question of explaining the mechanism that government has put in place to enable Kenyans report malpractices witnessed during subsequent. Speaker, first, before I tell the country the mechanism, I want Kenyans not to bribe our officers. That's the beginning. Because the bribe taker, there must be the giver. So there are people I'm sure who are watching me. Some of them are conmen, some of them are fraudsters, some of them make cash during the recruitment. Parents, I want to talk to the parents of Kenya. Don't bribe anybody. Let your son and daughter present themselves at the recruiting center, and our officers are under obligation to make sure that each and every Kenyan is given an opportunity. So, Speaker, the Kenya Defense Forces recruitment drive has a lot of adverts, free to all eligible candidates. Members of the public are warned against engaging in malpractices, a view to influence the process, and they're encouraged to report any suspicious. So, Speaker, at all our recruitment centers, recruiting officers are required to make verbal announcement reiterating the implication of non-compliance with a warning to desist. So, Speaker, this year we have asked AAC and the DCI and all other civil society organizations within the locality we are recruiting to make sure that they are on standby and our members, our officers are not vulnerable. We will give a call number where even parents can call and say there was a fraud going on. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to ask this House that judge us, judge me, Judge General Ogola, and the entire leadership of Kenya Defense Forces on this recruitment. And I'm sure there will be a difference this time around.
Lano Siri, Badi Twalib. Bed Simba of Kisauni.
Yes.
Asante sana
Hold,
Mheshimiwa.
Simba, hold, you are a joyrider. The first bite must go to the member who asked the question to ask a supplemental. I'll come back to you immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really want to appreciate the Cabinet Secretary for the exposition of the fact that we want to change the face of the military recruitment, especially the KDF. That is a very good admission and also a very good way forward from the Cabinet Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, I think I speak on behalf of many of the parents, and the reason why I raise this question is on the basis that from the villages where I come from, parents are selling land now, and there is a price already for the job. So what the Cabinet Secretary has said is good, but I want it to be put in practice, Mr. Cabinet Secretary, because it is very easy to speak, but the young people that are actually agitated and worried want a voice that comes to you, and that is the voice that Lotte today is giving before you. Two, when we talk about marginalization, and we say that because of the sub-counties and the counties and the sub-locations, that positions are going to be given, I wish the Cabinet Secretary to note that even within their locations, there are people that are marginalized from there. So that if you go to a place like Kacheliba, for example, there will be the powerful people that will come from wherever to take those jobs from them because they are weak. I want the Cabinet Secretary to assure this House and to assure Kenyans that what you have said today, that there is no bribery. Because the challenge, Cabinet Secretary, is when we tell people do not bribe, and then you don't bribe, and the other person bribes and have the child go to the military recruitment, the one who did not give bribe will feel disadvantaged, Mr. Speaker. I think then it's the onset of the Cabinet Secretary to ensure that we, this particular time, see that there is no person that is going to be taken because of a bribe. I wish to say this on behalf of these members. These are the representative of the people, Cabinet Secretary. Can they be allowed? Can they be allowed, just alongside the ESCC and the DCIs, to be within the precinct of the recruitment center so that they can also be an eye to report to this House should there be malpractices? Thank you.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa nafasi ya kuuliza swali la ziada. Waziri wa Ulinzi, tuna imani na wewe na tuna imani kwamba kutapatikana mabadiliko. Lakini swali langu ni, nimekusikia ukisema kwamba usajili wa wanajeshi uko huru. Lakini kuna Wakenya ambao wanakatazwa kujiunga na jeshi kwa sababu ya kimo chao. Na si wagonjwa, wanavaa viatu, wanavaa masuruale na wana afya, lakini wanakataliwa kwa sababu wanaambiwa ni wafupi. Na hiyo ufupi wao ni kwamba ni Mungu amewaomba hivyo. Kwa nini mnawanyima wasiunge na jeshi? Na hao na imani kama mnaona ni wafupi, hao ndio wanaweza kumfikia adui bila kuonekana. Kama Wachina ni wafupi zaidi na ni wanajeshi, kwa nini tunawanyima wa Kenya wanajisikia kama wao hawawezi kulinda taifa lao? Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Waziri, hilo jambo litakanwa tuliangalia kwa makini sana na tuseme uhuru kama hao tumeweka nje. Asante sana.
Thank you. I intended only one joyrider. Yegon. Okay. Give Yegon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me also this opportunity to contribute.
It's not a contribution.
No, sorry. To ask the Minister or the Cabinet Secretary about, as late as yesterday, the day before yesterday when I was coming from my constituency, I got some people who came, around 2 of them, and asked me that there is a recruitment of Kenya Defence Forces, which is going on, which has been advised so far. And what happened is that they are asking me, how can you help? They were even coming to ask me for money, saying, give me, let's say, 300,000. I've gotten 100,000. I need another 300,000. so that my person can be employed. What I want to ask the minister is, what measures have you taken to make sure that these people have not been exploited? Because many people have been extorted money and they are not getting those jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Elisha, although he had actually dealt with your question. Elisha? Patia Elisha, you are giving to the wrong address. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to congratulate the CS for the statement. And looking at his history of competence, I'm confident that this recruitment will be fair. On behalf of the people of Game, what I'm asking, the list of recruitment centers, Game has 2 sub-counties. They've only highlighted Game-Yala. I request that Game-Wagai equally be highlighted as a recruitment center. And finally, for a long time, the people of Game, very minimal numbers were taken. But as years, I hope that this time, look at the history, you can compensate the people of Game and the numbers. And even if the soldiers, your recruiting officers who will be in Game, looking at the competence of those they are going to recruit, I hope that you can negate the appearance of the teeth, because that necessarily does not help carrying a weapon. Thank you, yes. And the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir.
CNN.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Speaker, I just want to ask our Honorable CS, a ranking member we have served together. In the recent past, Mwingi West, during the recruitment of cadet officers, we have not had even an opportunity to have one representative in the military. What is the CS doing this time around to ensure we are included in this recruitment this year? Thank you. Cadet officer.
Maclap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am one person who has always believed one Aden Barre Duale for high competence of doing his job. And this being our first recruitment as Kenya KWANZA government, I want to ask the minister to really be very vigilant. You need to do work on cyber crime. So, Speaker, I want to report to this House that someone hacked my Facebook account, my photograph. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it's very important.
Go and report to the police. Ask
I have already reported, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
And it is very important for members to know there are people who are calling people using very important software.
Yes.
So my question is, in Baringo North, we have 5 divisions. Mr. Speaker, for a long time, when it comes to recruitment, one division is not being counted. It is being included as Kabartonjo, and yet we have Saimo Soi division, fully with a DO, and when it comes to recruitment, for the last very many years, Mr. Speaker, that division called Saimo Soi bordering like Baringo has not had an opportunity to get even a single person to be recruited into the military. Can this time, when the officers come to the ground, Mr. Speaker, ensure that as they announce the number of slots in Baringo North, then they can be shared among the 5 divisions actually in Baringo North, Mr. Speaker, so that it is fair, and then ensure what is the problem in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, is can recruitment be done and finished during the day? Mr. Speaker, immediately it goes beyond 6 p.m. That is the beginning of corruption. So can this time end at 4 across the Republic so that matters become sincere?
I needed only 2 joyriders. Now everybody wants to joyride. Yes. Oh? Kirima, I'm not giving you. You are soliciting. Okay. Is that Kagombe?
Sigor.
Sigor, member for Sigor.
Yes.
Yes, there's a light behind here. I can't see you clearly.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable.
Ask your question.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask our CS. We have a lot of confidence and trust that this time round, the recruitment will be different. Now, I want to ask if, for example, Pokot Central, which is Igor constituency, has been given, let's say, 5 slots. Can it further be taken down to wards so that now there is fairness in the distribution of the recruitment, so that now the 5 slots do not go to one region? And then maybe now also reinforce the fact that let us assist the minister or the CS in ensuring that people don't give bribes. Thank you very much.
Okay, Kirima. Minister, not all those. Are small, short questions. You can answer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. My good question is to the minister. Minister, you are very much aware that in Central Imenti constituency, it has been proposed and it has gone through public participation that there will be 3 sub-counties. He meant Abu-Dogochi West, Abu-Dogochi Central, and Abu-Dogochi East. And it's only one sub-county, that is Abu-Dogochi Central, which has been declared as a recruitment center. Is it possible to have the other 2 recruitment centers, Abu-Dogochi West and Abu-Dogochi East? Is it possible? Of which I believe with your intervention is going to be possible. Thank you, sir.
Saidi Poster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Speaker, recently I went through the papers and saw Tana River County is also considered for this recruitment. But surprisingly, the recruitment center is Wayu. Wayu is in a different sub-county called Galedertu. Tana River sub-county, the headquarters is Hola. So I wanted assurance from the minister that the recruitment for Tana River sub-county will be done in Hola, but not Wayu, which is in Galedertu sub-county. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister. Minister, hold. I take 2 quick short ones.
Okay,
Martin Wanyonyi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is just simple to the minister. Mr. Speaker, last recruitment in July, we saw recruitment centers that have been gazetted being changed around 12 a.m. in the midnight. So can really minister assure the House that the recruitment centers that have been gazetted will not be changed at the detriment of many of the youths who want to participate in this process? Finally, Mr. Speaker, the newly gazetted administrative units, this process is still relying on the old administrative units. Can the minister collect this process with the current gazetted and operationalized administrative units, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Minister, wacha ajibu hiyo kwanza.
Mr. Speaker, there's a number of colleagues, members of parliament, or with a common question on sub-counties. And I want to state it here, number one, to Martin, Honorable Martin, that no center will be changed. At midnight, all the centers now have been published. They're in the newspapers, they're in our website. And I want to assure you, particularly under this administration, no center will be changed. But for the sub-counties, some which have been combined, for example, Honorable Member for Galole, your governor, your leadership are in consultation with our leadership at Defense Headquarters. We will make a decision. And a number of other sub-counties, we are going to make a decision. Already leaders have arrived at our offices. So the sub-counties, but the issue of sub-counties is a matter of the Ministry of Interior. We generate our list from Interior. And there are some counties which already have not been operationalized, and maybe they have a good reason. So I think we will also consult the Ministry of Interior. The Speaker, Honorable Lotte, the originator of this matter, I want to tell him that members of Parliament, MCAs, politicians are no-go zone at our recruitment centers. So please don't go. You have no business there. Because you must have a business. EAC have a business. The police have a business. The youth who want to be recruited have a business. So members of Parliament are not allowed. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member for Kisauni, every job seeker must have and must qualify, and there must be qualifications. So please, there are certain checklists for you to be recruited as cadet. There are certain checklists for you to be recruited as a service person constable. It is historical. It is in all military. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to serve in NYS in my many years when I was, before I joined the university. And it's NYS I realized why height is an issue in disciplined forces. So Honorable Bezinga, there are many opportunities. Short people can work in KPA. Short people, they can work in other agencies. But please, when it comes to, we want to have the best military. So let us, the way we have diluted many other professions with the people who have got fake certificates, let us live to the fidelity of the qualification of joining the Kenya Defense Forces so they can protect our country. I am sure I was asked that question, Honorable Bezinga, by many people. Honorable Yegon, we can't stop. Fraudsters are everywhere. We can't stop them right now collecting money. But I want to tell the people, in fact, that rate you have said, 400, is a standard. Even in my former constituency, the 400 is a standard. And I want, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, please, Kenyans, don't pay. Don't pay 400. And any of our officers, Mr. Speaker, where integrity, professionalism, and high moral ground is required is in the Kenya Defense Forces. Any of our officers who wants to participate in bribery, he has no place in the Kenyan Defense Forces. That we are telling them. They can do it somewhere else. Honorable CNN is the same. I think we will discuss. Please join us at the Ministry of Defense, talk to the leadership. Honorable Elisha, the same on sub-counties. I think that is a matter which is recurring. Member for Baringo North, yes, in certain situations, we deal with and the Speaker, the member is not here. This is the problem I used to have when I was the leader of majority. That members ask questions even in committees before the answer is said, they leave. So I think good thing is when you ask a question, it's good you you wait for the answer.
Absolutely.
Yes. Honorable, my good brother, member for Baringo North, he asked a question and he has disappeared. But our ranking member...
Maybe he has taken my advice seriously. He's gone to the police to report.
Yes, I think he has walked to the nearest police station. The Speaker, I think I have a member for Sigor, yes. Baringo Central, when we have a recruitment center, we recruit from Kenyans. The basic qualification, number one, is an ID card. So we cannot say, you must come from that sub-county or that county. But we cannot say, no, we have to balance divisions. That, I think, is not very tidy for our officers to do. Honorable Kirima, the same thing on sub-counties, which we are going to deal with, and Honorable Said, the same. Mr. Speaker, the common theme, and I think that one I really want to ask members who have not had discussion with our leadership on the sub-counties and why some have been merged. We are ready until before the 28th so that we can resolve those issues.
Thank you. Next question, Mama Zamzam. Your hand has been up in the air throughout. What is the problem?
No, I have a question to Mheshimiwa Waziri. You know, so many people are asking about recruitment. Me, I want to ask about the safety of our soldiers while they are working. Mheshimiwa Waziri, we've seen most of our soldiers dying because of bombs when their cars are moving on top of the bombs. What have you done to make sure that we have vehicles that are bomb-proof so that we can save the lives of our soldiers? And those who died, what are you doing to compensate them? Because we've seen so many families complaining that they have not received any compensation. Thank you, Waziri.
Answer that in 1 minute. We got the next question.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the Member of Parliament from Mombasa that a serious modernization of our military has taken off under this administration, and by the month of November, APCs and high-quality vehicles, armored vehicles, that will protect our forces from the weapon of choice by terrorists, which is IED, will never happen again. And
Next.
secondly, Mr. Speaker, on the pension and compensation, Speaker, I want to say it here that Kenya Defense Forces have the most robust compensation. If there is anyone who has not been compensated adequately, please write to me and we will answer.
Member for... Yes, what is it? Who is the member?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of KDF recruitment, the minister has assured us...
Timothy,
Yes.
I have not given you the floor, my friend.
Sorry.
But go ahead. Members desist from that kind of conduct. Go ahead.
As an independent member of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, we also have a right to be heard in this House. Honorable Speaker, I have a question directed to the Minister. He has assured us that the process will be free, will be fair, will be transparent and credible. Honorable Speaker, is the Minister willing to resign if the process is compromised and is found not to be free, not to be fair, not to be transparent and credible? Will the Minister be willing to resign?
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
The procedure of a minister resigning, the procedure of the removal of a minister lies with the powers of this House.
Next question, 311, nominated member, and the Honorable Timothy Kipchumba. The chair does not, and the speaker does not look at any member in terms of party. Your legitimacy in this House is equal to each and every other member, whether you are independent or elected under the cover of a party. So don't have any of those blinkers. Nominated MP Ali Abdisirat. We must make progress. We have many questions we need to deal with.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Waziri, for having time. My question is as follows. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide timelines within which the family of the late Ms. Naima Abbas Amaina and the late Ms. Elama Abbas, who was expectant, would be compensated for their murder on 7th of April 2019 within an abandoned Kenya Defense Forces camp in the Diff area of Wajir County, due to an explosion from an exploded ordnance that resulted in their dismemberment. 2, clarify whether KDF is considering providing psychosocial support to the immediate family of affected family affected by this incident. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, outline the plans underway to clear landmines and any other explosives in the northeastern area, including Wajir and Samburu, that were left after military activities in that region that pose significant threat to the safety of the local residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this matter of the late Miss Elima Abbas, who unfortunately and very sad during this incident was unexpected, and Mrs. Naima Abbas, who was 13 years old. It's a very, very sad matter that happened in 2019 near our KDF camp in Diff area of Wajir County. It's a matter that we discussed at the Defense Headquarters. And Mr. Speaker, through your guidance, we have, in conclusion, felt that when this matter went to court, Kenya Defense Forces won the case. But as part of our relationship with the communities in those regions and in many places, Mr. Speaker, we want to engage and we want to ask the Member of Parliament to provide us with the next of kin of Mrs. Naima Abbas and Ms. Elima Abbas, so that together we can work out an affordable compensation program which the Kenya Defense Forces want to undertake, and I want to be counted on that. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this matter should not be discussed, because we have decided that despite the court ruling, we want to, out of our social corporate responsibility, KDF values communities, because communities give us land, communities work with us in intelligence, communities do a lot of business with our camps, and because the mother was expectant and the child was 13 years, out of moral ground, Mr. Speaker, we brought our heads together, the Defense Council, which I chair, and we have found out, under the leadership of General Ogola, we have found out that we will engage the Member of Parliament, we will engage the next of kin, and we will provide the appropriate compensation, notwithstanding the court ruling.
Very well, Minister. What's your point of order, Honourable Member?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the CS. I wanted to get a clarity from CS when he said members are not supposed to go in the recruitment, because that's part of our oversight role. So I thought he needs to tell us, because it's within the Constitution. Thank you.
Well, that matter was already stayed over and wound up, and therefore I only gave you a chance because you rose on a point of order. However, that matter is already spent. So let's allow the Honourable Member who had asked the question to proceed with the first bite of supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity to most sincerely thank the Defense Secretary for having discussed the matter internally with his team, and has assured us that he is doing something. Because the family has suffered. Indeed, they have suffered. In fact, the father of those teenage girls who perished have become, senile due to that incident. So mine is to thank the Minister for Defense for coming up with that amicable solution. Thank you very much indeed.
Very well, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Umi, proceed with your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to also thank the Cabinet Secretary for his great efforts in answering the questions. But my issue is still within the issue on security. Currently in Garissa, we have the gun wielding people who are killing each other left, right, and center, and we've been dealing with it for the last 1 month and the last 1 year. Maybe just to bring to the attention of the Cabinet Secretary, how far has that issue gone? The area is within township, which is also happens to be the area he was the Member of Parliament before. Kunaso has a lot of insecurity and land issues. Maybe I would like the Cabinet Secretary to answer that question and tell us how far it has gone, and also the illegal transfer of the Deputy OCS in that area. Maybe we can get an answer on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, this question has been fairly dealt with. Remember, the Home Minister has accepted that they are going to give compensation, so we should not spend so much time on it. But however, Honorable Minister, as you'll be answering just the question asked by Honorable Umi, remember that you have not really answered part 3 of that question, outline the plans underway to clear landmines. You notice that? So you will also take that one. On this particular one, let me give Honorable Member the last bite, and then we move on.
Asante sana. Kwanza pongezi Mheshimiwa Waziri. Siku ya leo anga umefanya sura zetu zina furaha kwa sababu unajibu kwa ufasaha. Mheshimiwa Waziri, tumeona clip ikizunguka kwenye mtandao na yule ni brigadia ama sijui ni nani wa Sudan akiwapa vitisho. Ningependa kujua kama tuna uhusiano mzuri ama ilikuwa na maana gani, na kisha pia ningetaka kujua hawa watoto wetu waliopotezwa Mombasa wakishukiwa kuwa ni Al-Shabaab na hawakupelekwa kotini, hawajapatikana mpaka leo. Unafanya mbinu gani ili wazazi wao wajue ima wamechukuliwa hatua ama wako wapi hawa wapendwa wao? Asante sana Mheshimiwa Waziri.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think as a former ranking member, you need to help me guide the House, because supplementary questions must ideally relate to the question that I'm answering. And I really want to ask my good sisters that the matter you are asking me are more of the Interior Minister. My business and the business of defense is to protect the territorial and sovereignty of our country, so the borders. But please, that video of the brigadier of the Sudan, in quotes, Sudan National Forces, please treat it with the contempt it deserves. That is not how military officers worldwide communicate. So if he was a member of the Kenya Defense Forces, he would have appeared before a court-martial, and now he should have been in jail. Secondly, I think the matter of people disappeared. You must thank this administration, and you must thank the president. And that's why you must. There are people who don't want this government to run because part of the crimes they have committed was extrajudicial killing. Zamzam, please, as you, my good sister from Mombasa, a member of parliament, you must not relent on asking the people who killed innocent Kenyans through extrajudicial killing, the Kinotis, and those who worked in the previous administration. They must account for each and every person they have killed. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy this administration, as late as yesterday, the president was categorical that—
Honorable Kaluma, what's your point of order?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, our former majority leader is doing very well. And I'm quiet because I'm waiting for the last statement he'll make to commend him for the good work he's doing. Honorable Speaker, I'm one MP who cried when he was to leave Parliament, and I've not been disappointed. But Honorable Speaker, the standing orders for which he stood very strongly, and which he still remembers, prohibits the discussion of any person who cannot defend himself before the House. May I request that, he withdraws references to those individuals who, for good reasons in the standing orders, are protected from mention in our proceedings. Like the ones he's calling the Kinotis. I don't know who it is, but whoever it is, let us retract those. And then the minister can continue on the good note. And by the way, it's the best example of why we needed ministers in this House, Honorable Speaker. Let us not, go into that.
Thank you. That was a point of order, and let me guide that I deliberately gave it to Hon Kaluma, and he has properly covered it. That Honorable Minister, I also want to protect you on supplementary questions that are not relevant to the question which you had been asked to come and answer before this House. because that may require substantive question and research for those such like questions. And therefore, Honorable Minister, stick to the answers, and please just avoid that small hangover. You know you were the best here during your time. Get back to your position and deal with the questions directly, and then also deal with number 3, part 3 of the question. Proceed, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I abide by your ruling and abide by Honorable Kaluma. But you know, unfortunately, I was taken that route by the two gracious ladies from Garissa and Mombasa. Sometimes when you are taken off Mombasa Road and you are taken to Bunyala Road, sometimes you might, you don't know what you're doing, but
Minister, you noticed they took you off route,
yes,
and you know they are taking you in a place where you are best at, but please go back.
Yeah, so I've gone back, and I'm sure but let me, because Honorable Umbi is a gracious lady from my county and town, I want to assure her that there's no place for militias and gangs, not only in Garissa, for every. When we start dealing with them, both the interior and defense, because our base is around that place, the Modica base. When we start dealing with them, let us deal with them as criminals and not as clan members. And we are coming there. It's our duty to make sure that each and every Kenyan is safe. Mr. Speaker, the last part was on what we are doing on these explosives in parts of northern Kenya. Speaker, the KDF training activities, which we do in many counties in the north, are conducted in conformity with the regulations and standing orders which provides guidelines on safety measures depending on the form of training being undertaken. In this regard, training is normally implemented in designated areas, and activities are followed by comprehensive clearance of an exploded ordnance to ensure and secure public safety. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the KDF periodically deploys explosive ordnance disposal teams equipped with specialized kits to deter and dispose of explosive materials that may either be buried in the... We also do sensitization of local communities to the dangers and hazards of handling unexploded ordnance, which is a continuous process that the Kenya Defense Forces undertake. This also is conducted even within our areas that we do train our troops. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honorable members. We move to question 312 of 2023 by the honorable member for Moyale, Honorable Guyo Jaldesa. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the chance to ask this question. And I also join the other colleagues in welcoming Honorable Duale to the House. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the circumstances under which the Kenya Defense Forces settled in other camp, Moyale constituency, and whether the prevailing conditions in the area are still justify their continued presence? Question 2, provide details. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide details regarding the source of the land provided to KDF for settlement and whether there exists an agreement between the local landowners and the government regarding compensation? And finally, could the Cabinet Secretary provide justification behind KDF's decision to place beacons in people's homes, schools, mosques, and farms, which have been perceived as an attempt to acquire additional land, and further enumerate the corporate social responsibility of the CSR initiatives taken by KDF since its settlement in Moyale constituency in 1980. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, KDF established Order Camp in the early 80s for the purpose of supporting civil authority in the maintenance of peace in Moyale and its environment, particularly to deter incursions due to the prolonged regional conflict leading to the killings of Kenyans and destruction of property. It's also important to underscore that Moyale is a strategic entry point into our country and a link to the greater Horn of Africa. And against this backdrop, Mr. Speaker, therefore, the incursion experience worsened over time, reaching their peak in the 80s and continue to date, though on a reduced scale owing to increased security measures. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, Honorable, my good friend, Daktari, needs a camp more than any other place because of the insecurity in those parts of the country, which I think the KDF will deal with. Two, Mr. Speaker, there's cross-border cattle rustling as well as human, arms, drug, and contraband trafficking, which is rampant, and the camp plays a critical role working with other multi-agency team to mitigate this growing challenge that is compounded again by the emergency of terrorism. Three, Mr. Speaker, prior to the establishment of Order military camp, incursions threatened to completely disrupt the socio-economic activity of the local communities. However, due to the security umbrella provided by KDF and other multi-agency team from Order within the framework of working with other security players, Moyale town and its environs today is thriving economically. It's one of the best cities, Mr. Speaker, where you can find even a 5-star hotel. Mr. Speaker, the KDF continued presence at Order camp is desirable, it is important, and is part of our strategic military posture to secure Kenyan borders by enabling proactive response to challenge. So, Speaker, if you look at the strategic plan of the Kenya military or KDF, you'll find now we are going to establish, and some we have over 5 military camps in Turkana, in West Pokot, in a basis for then the County Council of Moyale to allocate 827 hectares of land for military use. In this connection, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Defense initiated formal acquisition of the land in the year 2000s, when it became mandatory for all government and public land to be documented. The process, Mr. Speaker, was however not completed in time, therefore necessitating further engagement with the county government of Marsabit in 2019. Later, Mr. Speaker, the county government of Marsabit, relying on the unapproved part development, PDP, of 2004, formally allocated KDF 242.8 hectares of land to the Ministry of Defense. Then Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, Mr. Speaker, during the planning and survey in 2001 and 2003, respectively, established the total acreage of land to 827 hectares. The Ministry of Defense, Mr. Speaker, therefore, followed due process of land allocation and has it in custody the allocation letter by the county government of Marsabit, the public participation report, the approved PDP, and survey plans. The last question, Mr. Speaker, was to provide justification behind KDF's decision to place beacons in people's homes, schools, mosques, farms, which have been perceived as attempts to acquire additional land. Speaker, the placement of beacons was informed by the cadastral survey of Order military land undertaken by Survey of Kenya, who are the custodians of all cadastral maps in the Republic of Kenya. During the cadastral survey, Mr. Speaker, Survey of Kenya established that there was encroachment in the Order military camp. This included schools, administration offices, worship spaces, and human settlements. With reference to corporate social responsibility, Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Defense has been instrumental in promoting peace and security in the area through provision of water by constructing water pans, boreholes, boreholes drilling during the recent drought, and in areas such as Eledimtu, Gandile, Farole, Idido, Bubisa, Demo, and Saku. Mr. Speaker, I really want to urge the Honorable Member for Moyale. Since the time I became the Minister for Defense, we have made a deliberate attempt to make sure that we work with the communities very well. We had serious land dispute in Eldoret in our training camp, and we have sat with the leadership of that county, and we have resolved our outstanding issues. We are now talking to the leadership of Isiolo County, where we have a historical land dispute with our training bases. We are convening a meeting with Meru County. So every county, and Mr. Speaker, I want to undertake that Honorable Member for Moyale, no school will be demolished, no mosque will be demolished, no health facility will be demolished. We will sit with you, we will sit with the leadership of Marsabit. Kenya is big, Marsabit has enough land. You will create land for our military, and we will listen to you, and we will make sure we reach a decision that is best to the people you represent and best to KDF to promote our national security interests. I undertake to say that, please, we will formally write to you, and you will come to Defense Headquarters, you will sit with our land people, and we'll resolve this matter.
Thank you. Let me thank you, Honorable Minister, for your magnanimity in your last statement, because all this business we do here in terms of question is supposed to resolve the people's issues and actually get an amicable settlement. But then let's have the Honorable Guyo.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy with the response of the Cabinet Secretary in his off-the-cuff speech or response, because what was written for him was actually not factual. Number one, Moyale County Council did not exist in 1980s. And when somebody says it was given to them by Moyale County Council, that's not factual. And the fact that Moyale is far from Nairobi, it does not warrant for us to receive non-factual statements or response. The role of KDF is not battling with cattle rustling, to the best of my knowledge. The role of KDF is not to combat with drugs and contraband trafficking. I think whoever wrote this statement for the minister did not do a good job. But of the CSR activities which were listed, there is no single one in Moyale constituency. All those things, and I was saying, the fact that they are saying they have done something in Saku, which is non-specific. Saku is a constituency, and you cannot say that you have done something in Saku. It needs to be, we need to be told they have done something somewhere in Saku, in this and that kind of place. But when they say this, it's not. The expansion of the area that they were given by the county government of Marsabit did not involve the community that's living around there. I'm happy that the cabinet secretary said that we shall sit together and agree on the way forward. But when people are claiming a stretch of land 15 kilometers on one side and 15 kilometers on the other side, it cannot be accepted. The people on the ground will not accept that, and it's a cause of conflict within with the people and the government that we want to serve loyally. So the county government, if they get anything, any land that people are occupying, and I'm happy that you have promised to the House and the nation that no school will be demolished, no homes will be demolished, no farms will be taken away. We have some vast areas of land that we can actually give to the army if they want that kind of land. Areas which are even strategic in prevention of
Honorable
crimes.
Guyo, this is question time. So really, this must, what you are all saying must be put in question form.
It is actually, I put them.
Please.
So, I do trust and respect the CS. I want to make a request that through you, the Speaker, you authorize the Defense Committee of the House to go on a fact-finding mission to see that area for themselves, so that when things don't work the way we want, the people, the Defense Committee will be in the know. Thank you, Speaker.
Very well. Any supplementary question? There being no other supplementary questions of that, Minister?
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Jaldesa is a very respectable professional. But I want to go on record that county councils existed in the 80s. And there are members of this House who their fathers were chairs of county councils. Now I'm talking about county council. So Marsabit County Council controlled Moyale then and not now. Two, Honorable Speaker, KDF has silenced the guns in North Rift. What are we dealing with in North Rift? We're dealing with cattle rustling. So it's our function. One of the functions which this House has approved, today we can be called to deal with cattle rustling. We have silenced the guns in North Rift. We have silenced the guns in Marsabit County, where the member comes from, where ethnic animosity and deaths happened. I come from that region. And that's why we are building, he knows we are building serious military camps, both for our external, to deal with aggression from Ethiopia and other areas, but to deal with internally. So Speaker, today the member knows Marsabit is the biggest gateway of drugs. He knows it. And please, because drugs is going to destroy communities. If a drug dealer, a consignment passes through our roadblocks as we are looking for terrorists, we will deal with it. So it's our mandate. We have a function to protect the country both from outside aggression and from inside aggression. So Speaker, I have offered a solution, but I am seeing the member wants to go a long route of involving the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations. That is his choice, Mr. Speaker, because it will give him extra bonga point. It will delay his time. But I can assure you, I have given you the shortest route if you want us to amicably resolve this matter. I am telling you to walk to Defense Headquarters. In our conference room, we resolve this matter like the good leaders of Uasingishu, like the good leaders of Isiolo who are coming, like the good leaders of Meru County. And I really want to ask this House, any county or constituency that has a land dispute with the Kenya Defense Forces, our first point of call is let us sit together. Because the defense, our forces must always project a posture of community. We love the community. So if you want to go to the committee, well and good, the committee will summon me and I will bring all the documents, all the ownership. But if you want to help the people of other, who I'm sure are listening to me, good leaders look for quick solutions. I'm offering you a quick solution. Please, our defense headquarters is less than 2 kilometers from this parliament. Next week, Monday, come to us. Come with the great leaders of Marsabit, including our deputy minority whip. Come with our governor. Come with Honorable Saku. Come with all the MCS. We resolve the matter amicably. But if you want to take through a Honorable Koech-led committee, I am ready for it. Thank you.
Very well. I think in all, there's good spirit to get an amicable solution for that. And Honorable Member, for your requests, whether we can take the matter to the Defense Committee. Indeed, we changed our standing order so that the questions can be asked from here. But if need be, and after you will have visited the Defense Headquarters, if you are so willing to do so, and you still feel that we take the matter to the Defense Committee, you will advise me and I will do so as you have requested. Yes, what's your last bite?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will go by the suggestion that we go to the Defense Headquarters. If that doesn't solve the problem, the other option is still open. But now that our brother Dwale is from the north, and I expect him to be understanding, then let us go to the defense headquarters. The only problem, you know, I think he should give us a date now.
He said Monday, and therefore as soon as possible.
Monday. Time?
Honorable member, we can have a tete-a-tete. We are in the House. Thank you. Let's move to question 313 of 2023 by Honorable Member Phyllis Batu.
Mr. Speaker, my question to the Cabinet Secretary, Defense, is a clarification as to why CPL Jackson Kimeli Cheruiyot from Moiben, whose service number is 60621, ex-service member, served in the military for 26 years, and yet up to date, he has not received compensation for injuries he sustained in an IED explosion while he was in Kismayu on 17 June 2013. That time, he was operating a water bowser during the performance of his duties. That is what I have for the Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Speaker.
The Cabinet Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, in tandem with the service regulation of KDF, a medical board was conducted in 2014. It recommended compensation to the service member at a rate of 50%. Subsequently, his file was submitted to the Pension Office of the National Treasury for processing, leading him to being paid a disability pension lump sum in 2015. To date, Mr. Speaker, he continues to draw Kenya shillings 14,352 per month for the same compensation. So his matter is as of that. We have paid him, we don't owe him anything, and both the National Treasury and KDF have done their bit.
Honorable Bato.
Okay, what about the compensation, this amount which is supposed to be paid? Is it the Ministry of Defense to follow up this matter, or where does the officer now go for the remaining, the balance, the lump sum?
Professor, you seem to indicate that not all the monies have been paid. Minister has had any other supplementary question? Yes, Honorable. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to join the rest of the members in this House to really thank the CS Defense for being available. Whenever you look for him in his office, he is readily available. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the Honorable CS that we have had incidents where there are explosives in areas where the military has trained. Sometimes civilians or even children playing, they are injured by the IEDs. How are they compensated? What measures do you take to ensure that those families too are compensated? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think the question by Honorable Phyllis Bartow, I think my question is very clear. Maybe the member did not, your ex-corporal Jackson Kimeli did not give you, of Kenya, 3rd Kenya Rival, did not give you full details. I have said it according to our regulations. A medical board was conducted in 2014, and it recommended compensation for this service member at a rate of 50%. Subsequently, all the process up to the National Treasury was undertaken for processing, leading to him being paid disability pension lump sum fund in 2015. To date, as per our regulations, he earns 14,352 per month on the same compensation. Those are factual. If he's not getting it, we are ready to provide evidence. I think the second question, Mr. Speaker, even though I've answered earlier, that must be the member of parliament, a member of Embo County, if I'm right. Where? Meru, not Meru. Nominate?
Honorable
Yes.
Minister, proceed. That's
Yes.
the honorable member for Meru. Nominated.
Nominated, yes,
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
The former trade union.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is
Proceed.
good, particularly when you're in the House and it's on live TV, it's good to mention members by their names. Than one time, you know, Mr. Speaker, you are in the House, you say that one. It's not, so I didn't want to go that route. I think I've answered, and I'll give the answer, that we have an elaborate plan to make sure that all the ordinance we use during training does not affect our members of the public. But I'm sure the clerk at the table office or at the front can give an answer, which is I've elaborated here to the member, nominated member from Meru. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, let's move to question 314 of 2023 by the honorable member for Suna West, Honorable Peter Masara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I ask the question, I'll ask you, because it's the last question, at the end of it, you'll give me even 1 minute. There was a supplementary question concerning already dispensed with the question, which is directly related to my sub-county, and which is administrative. I may not, it's not a must, I'll get the answer here, but it can help the minister because it is an outstanding issue which I have written several times to the defense forces, but it has not been implemented. So I'll request you that after the answer, you just, when I'll be giving my supplementary question, I divert a bit and give that question, of which it will not be a must, he answers it here, but he can administratively handle the issue.
Thank you. We shall see when you'll have brought out the question.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, that was nominated Member of Parliament, Honorable Dorothy Mudhoni, of the nominated member of the UDA party. You may proceed, Honorable Masara. That was for record purposes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Cabinet Secretary of Defense, and it is question number 314 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the circumstances under which Mr. Churchill Odhiambo Osano, an ex-soldier in the Kenya Defense Forces, was forcefully evicted from the Department of Defense married quarters within the camp? 2, state when Mr. Churchill Odhiambo will be allowed to access the camp to collect his personal belongings that were locked up since the forceful eviction. And finally, state when Mr. Churchill Odhiambo will be paid disability pension and compensation since he was discharged from the service on medical ground as a disabled person on 31st August 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, ex-senior Sergeant Odhiambo vacated the barracks as his run-out date, ROD, of 30th August 2019 approached, abandoning his family therein. Speaker, so his date of discharge was on 30th of August 2019. And before then, he abandoned his family therein in the camp. Efforts to have him return to the barracks to hand over the government quota was very unsuccessful. Members of his family, Mr. Speaker, however, continued to stay in the barracks 4 months beyond the ex-service members' ROD. ROD, Mr. Speaker, is once your date of retire reaches, you are an Honorable Dismas Baraza can attest to, because he's a former member of KDF, you have no choice, otherwise you have to vacate the quotas, the government quota. So this member disappeared. They said, his family said, for 4 months. This, Mr. Speaker, was untenable within the regulations of Kenya Defense Forces and standing orders, and the family was advised that it was not possible for them to stay on indefinitely. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, the spies voluntarily, his wife voluntarily relocated to Buruburu to live with her brother. Indeed, the said brother assisted his sister to shift together with the children and the household items. And therefore, there was no forceful eviction, no personal item remained in the barracks. On the disability pension, Mr. Speaker, ex-senior Sergeant Odhiambo was enlisted in the KDF on the 26th of February 2007 and was initially discharged on a compassionate grounds at his own request, and the file, Mr. Speaker, is there, via discharge instruction dated 24th of April 2019. He is redressed on May 2nd, 2019, and he requested to be discharged on medical grounds. Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to provide, but these are the documents, Mr. Speaker, that in the Defense Council, the Air Force Commander signs, the Army Commander signs, the Navy Commander signs, the CDF signs, and ultimately I sign as the chair of the defense. So this ex-senior Sergeant Odhiambo requested to be discharged on medical grounds due to his injuries sustained while in service. He got a permanent hearing loss and a major depressive disorder. Mr. Speaker, the redress was granted to him from his unit commander all the way to the then defense minister. The redress was granted, and the reason for the discharge was amended to read on medical grounds, and new instructions were issued on May 24th, 2019. His date of discharge was given as 30th of August 2019. Speaker, the medical board conducted an award, and he was given 45% medical pension compensation, 30% for hearing loss, 15% for major depressive disorder. And in this regard, Mr. Speaker, his file was submitted to the Pension Office of the National Treasury on 23rd of October 2019, followed by the disability claim on November 14th, 2019. The delay in settling his pension arose following the annulment, Mr. Speaker, of the KDF pensions and gratuity regulations of 2017 by this House, the National Assembly, in 2018. This led to delay in processing his military disability pension as from October 2019. This, however, Mr. Speaker, was approved, and a pension assessment board was established via the Defense Council instruction dated July 2022. He has since visited the pension office of the National Treasury to change his pay point, and his file is being processed accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure Honorable Masara, I will take it myself and my office to make sure the National Treasury now and the pension fund pays his dues within the next 30 days. And I come to assure, because that is his voter, is his constituencies. Now a file and everything is there. Honorable Masara, please write to me, and my officers will follow up to Treasury so that ex-Sergeant Odhiambo is paid his due, which is his.
Very well, Honorable Masara.
Thank you. Thank you, Bwana CS, for the response but I'll kindly request your able office to provide documentation to his discharge, because I have a very authentic document from several establishments, the Kenya Commission of Human Rights, the National Council of Persons Living with a Disability, Kituo cha Sheria Legal Advice Center, where they wrote to KDF, but the KDF never responded. So, Chair, that take us back. It's not only this guy, this particular officer got an opportunity to reach me out to ask this question on his behalf. How many other officers are there who were dismissed, have not been compensated to date, who are now suffering? And it brings another question, Mr. Speaker. Do KDF usually provide psychological support to such officers once dismissed? Because you can imagine somebody was earning, he has been dismissed, from 2019 to date he has not been compensated. How do such an officer survive, Mr. Speaker? That's a food for thought for us, and it's a food for thought for the CS, so that they can look into ways. These are somebody who has served this country as a soldier. Now that is disabled. Do we abandon them that way, or there is something we can do as a country to protect them? Mr. Speaker, my other question was, it was on the socio-political variables on the recruitment, Mr. Speaker. The Suna West constituency recruitment is going to be done, but it's not going to be done at the sub-county headquarters. Sub-county headquarters in at Pinyoye, but the recruitment is going to be done at Bondo. I've written several letters, even in the 12th Parliament, to change the recruitment center to be at the headquarters. Two, the same Suna West constituency is a cosmopolitan, and even the majority indigenous, there are so many sub-clans, like the Wanyara, the Wanje, the Kamngongo, of which nobody is in the KDF. So, Mr. Speaker, as they'll be looking for issues of socio-political variable, they need to consider such a sub-county so that each and every clan can boast of having even one KDF officer, because they become pride of such a clan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Any other supplementary on that? In the absence of the same, I may guide that the last two questions, because they are very substantive, and the minister can be availed again another time to deal with them. But on the first two, I think let me call upon the minister to answer you. Proceed, Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think I've answered, and I assured the Honorable Masara that I will follow up with the National Treasury Pension Fund, because there's something a minister said the other day, I don't know what, one government approach. So let me also use that one government approach. But as I provide documents, because our documents are there, I will also be very happy, Honorable Masara, if you provide me with those documents from human rights and the other groups, so that I can see why they were not responded. Those letters were not responded to, because in defense they respond. But Mr. Speaker, just to say, we have a very robust insurance scheme and policy for our retired officers called DEFMIS. And I'm sure you asked the member if he was contributing before he left the discipline force, then he must be enjoying a very robust. But there were some of our officers who never contributed. They didn't see the value. Secondly, for our serving officers, Mr. Speaker, we have the state-of-the-art wellness center. Our officers who get injured within the country, outside the country, we make sure that they get all the psychosocial support. So we will ask the Defense Committee to visit our wellness center, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, on the issue of now the recruitment, you know, the member was talking about many clans. We don't recruit clans. We recruit Kenyans. And the first thing we get is an ID card. So I am very sorry to say that if I go that route, then this house, everybody will bring his clan. So, and they are Kenyans. When they appear, we don't ask them, which clan are you? But because you have raised as an issue on the location, please, before, maybe tomorrow, you write a letter to either me or to the CDF so that we discuss and we will call you and agree before 28th what we can do to make sure that the most appropriate location, including even the cosmopolitan. The cosmopolitans are Kenyans. If they're in that cosmopolitan, they came from Bungoma, they came from Garissa, they came from Nyeri, from Kisumu. They are Kenyans, so they must be recruited. But please write, and I think by latest Monday we will call you and we will make a decision. We want to make the recruitment available to a wider section of the Kenyan society. The same problem the Honorable Member for Galole had it, so we want to address all those collectively.
Thank you, Minister. You still have something? Yes, Honorable Masara.
Mr. Speaker, on the same note, just for information, there is one location between Suna West and Suna East called Nyabisawa location. This location was hived from Suna West to Suna East during the boundary by IEBC. The residents of this particular location are really suffering, Mr. Speaker. Reasons being, during recruitment, if they go to Suna East, they are told you belong to Suna West. When they go to Suna West, they are told you belong to Suna East. So we are doing a lot of disservice to youths of this particular location. So the minister need to take note that Suna Nyabisawa location is officially under Suna East location. So all residents who were born before 2013, when Migori County, Migori constituency was subdivided, their documentation will show they were born in Suna West. But now, currently, they are members of Suna East, politically, administratively. So this one need to, because for the last 5 years of recruitment, nobody has been recruited there because of that confusion. So this need to be corrected also, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for granting me this opportunity.
Very well, and I think the minister was magnanimous again enough to indicate that you put all these things in writing. In fact, he insinuated that he would want to have a meeting with you because he also wants to look at the documents you have. I want to guide that you proceed and do that right up, including what you have just said lastly. Like I said earlier, this is intended to actually make the people get the services. And if that can be achieved, it's very, very good. And let me thank the minister because you have candidly answered the questions. Some of them even giving timelines that in 30 days, this should have happened. And this is what we intended to have. So, yeah, and that's very, very good. And I think this is because the minister, having been a ranking member, went through the earlier 10th Parliament and other Parliament before where we had the question time and ministers being put on notice. So I really want us to stop this now, allow the minister to go, so that we move to the next order. But Honorable Kamket, let me give you the last bite. Proceed, Honorable Kamket.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I apologize, Mr. Speaker, for coming at the tail end, but thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I have one question for the Able Cabinet Secretary. Could the Cabinet Secretary, as a policy matter, together with the Department of Defense, consider, Mr. Speaker, using other considerations other than academic in the recruitment of military officers, so that, Mr. Speaker, there are Kenyans who are otherwise enabled, and they will be able to defend this country if given the opportunity. And I refer, Mr. Speaker, to those Kenyans who have not had the opportunity to go to school properly, not because they don't want to go to school, but for lack of opportunity, especially among the pastoralist communities where he comes from. And history has proven, Mr. Speaker, that Even during the colonial times, there were special regiments of unschooled officers.
So what's your question? Because you were
I've actually asked a question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We've wind up here. You had an interest, Honorable Maungu. What is your interest? And then we close this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me also thank the Honorable Minister for being very articulate in responding to our issues. Just like my good friend, Honorable Kamtet, has just been talking about the recruitment that is coming by Latia. We have a lot of interest with the recruitment that is happening across the country. And year in, year out, Mr. Speaker, cartels have emerged, taking money from our parents and villages for the recruitment that is happening, Mr. Speaker. This matter is currently happening in our various constituencies across the country. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable Didmas Barasa?